Hey, does Frank go to Fort Collins?
I don't know.
Ooh, it's a religious station too.
The shorts are really.
I don't like shorts, man.
Oh, you don't?
I usually wear jeans.
Anyway, the shorts are really kind of.
I don't. Seriously, honest to God, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay, the Oscars have a category called shorts.
Just short film.
They're wonderful, some of them. Every year what I do is go to the ones that's called the short. They put them all together in one presentation, all the ones that were nominated, and then they put them in like artsy fartsy theaters for people to go watch. And I go every year to Chez Artistes or one of them. This year we went and saw the films that were nominated. They're unbelievable. They're really, really good.
Who do we have in Fort Collins? Help me out here.
Who do we have as far as members or what?
Yeah. Who do we know that goes to Fort Collins?
For what?
Services?
For anything.
For anything.
Well, we got
Jeez, Mark, I don't know.
Roofer.
Who is it?
Here, let me pull him
Write the name down for me.
Doesn't
I need to know every member we have that goes to Fort Collins or is in Fort Collins. Hey, Frank, Mark Major. Give me a call back, thanks. I don't know if Frank goes there.
And who do you need up there?
Fort Collins.
I want to sell advertising up there.
Fort Collins Heating and Air Conditioning.
Would you write that down for me, please?
What we have to do is somehow.
Hey, Frank.
Come up with.
Hey, do you go? Tell me Fort Collins real quick. Do you go up there? Do you not want to go up there? Do you want to start going up there? We're going to be on a station up there, and I can advertise cheap as shit to start.
Now I didn't know that.
It's actually, I'm a shucks and darn guy.
That's a different story, Mark. That's good.
So forget that. But what I'm saying is, I can get to spots really low. It's on an iHeart station up there. It wouldn't be during the week. It's a Saturday show. It's a 2-hour Saturday show.
Oh, 2 hours.
It's going to be the best of. So each week I'm going to take the best segments and we're going to play it up there. But I'm just kind of going. I'm trying to find everybody on the referral list that goes to Fort Collins or wants to be up there. It's not a complete religious station by any means, but they do have religious programming during the week. So I don't know if you're interested or not, but if you are, I mean, it's going to be dirt cheap.
Does Handyman Hub go up there? I typed in Fort Collins.
Cool.
I know someone that
and just to give you an idea, when we're talking cheap, I mean, you're probably to have three, maybe 4 commercials.
Mark, I know.
Each weekend, 2 per hour. I mean, you're going to be less than, $250, $300 a month. So, I mean, it's when I say cheap, I'm not kidding. But it's whether or not you want to go up there. And there's 350,000 people in that market, by the way.
I know who we can have.
Oh, I didn't even think of that. Yeah.
Mark, we have Carl's daughter and her husband. That's all they do.
Yep, let me know. Thanks. Bye.
Mark, that's all they do.
I forgot you're in today. I'll see you soon. Bye.
Carl's daughter. You remember Carl's daughter and her husband? They're nice kids. That's all they do is real estate up north. That's all they do. They do all that whole area. Fort Collins, Loveland, Louisville, all of that.
Mark, there we go.
Hey, Frank. Oh, that's cool, man. We'll see you soon. Thanks.
They're cool kids too. They could maybe they.
Yeah, but do they have money?
I don't know. I mean, if it's cheap.
Well, we can do. It doesn't matter. We can do commercials for 2 realtors. Who cares up there? You can do one. I can do another.
Of course, Mark. It's really.
And then lenders on the other hand, fuck them.
Yeah, they're all scumbags.
Jesus.
Hey, so listen, are we up right now?
What do you call 20 lenders at the bottom of the ocean?
What?
A good start.
Hey, listen, can you turn that just for a sec, just the audio?
Oh, by the way,
with the reports, and the backup option of calling in took longer than expected. It's unclear when results will finally be released.
There was also an issue with the app they'd used for the first time during the caucus.
The data was sound, but the app was reporting only part of it. The issue was identified and fixed, but but caucus captains had to call in the results, party officials had to enter the data manually, and that, the statement from the Iowa Democrats said, took longer than expected.
ABC's Aaron Katersky, who's moved on to New Hampshire along with almost all of the Democratic candidates. Now, the New Hampshire primary just a week away. This is ABC News. A key witness in the rape and sex assault trial of movie maker Harvey Weinstein is back on the stand today. Yesterday's hearing cut short after she broke down on the stand during cross-examination. And nearly 24 hours after a deadly shooting on the campus of Texas A&M, investigators still aren't speaking about the identity of the victims.
Detectives say the violence happened in a freshman dormitory at the Texas A&M University branch northeast of Dallas. 2 women shot to death.
A third person, a small child, approximately 2 years old, who's in stable condition, was also in the room. That's all Campus Police Chief Brian Vaughn will say. Among students like Jack Simonek,
everyone around me is panicking.
Although campus officials say there's no further danger to the public. Jim Ryan, ABC News, Dallas.
A man from Ohio is trying to figure out what to do with the 55,000 duplicate statements he got from a student loan company. 79 bins worth of those letters. Now the problem, an error in the company's mailing system. This is ABC News.
Hey, this is Jay Farner, CEO of Quicken Loans. Quicken Loans is celebrating our best quarter ever, and now we're celebrating some of the lowest refinancing rates ever. Rates are historically low. You may be able to reduce your rate and save money on your monthly mortgage payment right now. This is your chance. Pay off some credit card debt or put some money towards that new bathroom or kitchen you've always wanted. The rate today on our 30-year fixed-rate mortgage is 3.99%. APR 4.23%. That's right, 3.99%. APR 4.23%. While we can't predict what will happen in the future, we do know that rates have dropped, and now is the time to save money on your mortgage. Call us today at 800-QUICKEN or go to rocketmortgage.com to learn how refinancing now may be the right mortgage solution for you. That's 800-QUICKEN or go to rocketmortgage.com.
Rates subject to change. Pay 2% fee to receive this discounted rate. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLS number 3030.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW News Time, 10:03.
The storm lingering for a little bit longer over the Front Range. Fox 31's Brooks Garner says the misery isn't over. We're heading for bone-chilling temps.
After this afternoon, this storm system is done, but we're on the way to a frigid night. Overnight lows, -1 in Denver. We could see lows in the minus teens and minus 20s in the high country, especially those valleys.
Tomorrow we will be around freezing. Denver one step closer to drastically modifying the pit bull ban. It passed on a preliminary vote last night in City Council. April Steele is with the Dumb Friends League. She says pit bull owners have ignored the ban and increased risk.
Pit bull owners in Denver report they are not seeking out vital veterinary behavior care or other behavioral services because they are fearful of having their pets confiscated.
To get a license, an owner would have to pay an annual fee and provide their address, 2 emergency contacts, and an accurate description of the dog. For more news, listen to The Daily Dive, the big news stories explained, not shouted. Listen to The Daily Dive each day on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your favorite podcasts. I'm Chad Hoffman.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Upward.
Still clearing out a crash at 120th and Sable. Looking at some pretty slow-moving traffic right now in a few spots, including 6th Avenue westbound between I-25 and Wadsworth, 6th Avenue eastbound starting at Johnson Road, C470, and getting over toward Wadsworth. Also be prepared for slowing on the northbound side of I-225 between 6th Avenue and I-70. Your weather, some snow, bitter cold with a high only getting up to 19. The low tonight down to 1. Tomorrow sunny and cold with a high getting up toward 29. Right now it's 15 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and Weather, Karen Johnson, 630 KHOW.
Upwork has the world's largest network of proven independent professionals, and I have an alphabetical list of them. Accountants, administrative assistants, animators, architects. You get the point. When you need in-demand talent on demand, Upwork is how.
When you think about home loans, think Ideal Home Loans and the help they can give you.
We want to work with affordability and what you can make as a payment every month so that you're comfortable and in something that works well for your situation.
Call Brent Ivanson and his team at 303-867-7000, 867-7000, idealhomeloans.com. Help when you need it most.
Equal Opportunity Lender regulated by DORA, NMLS 136756. For terms and conditions, call 844-45-IDEAL.
Garage doors are the largest moving fixture in your home, and just like a car, you should perform routine maintenance to keep them running in top shape. Go to abar.com to schedule your planned maintenance and receive priority scheduling. 10% discount on repair services and service you can trust. Make sure to ask about their LiftMaster specials to enhance your garage. LiftMaster and Ankmar. Everything doors since 1956.
Hey, it's Joe Pags. Join me weeknights from 6 to 9 right here on Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW. We'll impact and wrap up your day with the latest news, strong opinions, and plenty of fun along the way. Join me, Joe Pags, weeknights at 6 on 630 KHOW.
It's your shot to win $1,000 now. Text the nationwide keyword TALK to 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's TALK to 200-200. This is the Troubleshooter Show.
Help, I need somebody.
Now, Tom Martino, the Troubleshooter.
Help me if you can, I'm feeling down.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. Today is a day we like to talk about your problems, questions, and complaints. We've been doing this for so long, kicking ass, taking names, getting refunds, exchanges, helping consumers. That's what we do. Don't try to define the help we do. Just get it. If someone lied to you, cheated you, or ripped you off, call us. Pass the name around. It's 303-MARTINO. You don't have to take it. We get car deals unwound, motorcycle deals unwound. We go after bad neighbors. We go after lying, cheating contractors. We take on problems no one else does. When you don't have the money to hire an attorney, where the heck you going to go? You tell your neighbor, your brother-in-law, and you get pissed off. And the more you say it, the more you get pissed off. We can help. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. We're going to talk about real estate and credit and finance today, in addition to everything else. I would like to highlight credit reporting agencies. The government says they're about to crack down on them. Well, it's about time, but what does that mean? And how have credit bureaus been used? Just to shorten it, let's call them credit bureaus. They are people that keep track of your credit. I maintain that many times credit bureaus are used as blackmail tools and are weapons and are inaccurate. But first, let's go to Michael, who has a question. Michael, go ahead. What's going on with you, Michael? Are you there, Michael? 303-713-TALK. All right, I'm having a problem connecting. Is he on the phone? Can you check line 1, please, there, Suzanne? I know you guys are busy, but if we could just see is he on or what? I can't hear him. Do you hear line 1?
I'm sorry, Tom, what's that?
Line 1, he's not on. Is he on, guys? The volume or what? Let's just try to get him. Michael, are you there, sir?
Yes, I'm here, Tom.
Okay, now you are. Thank you. What's happening? What's going on?
Tom, I noticed that there's been a lot of changes to the new VA loans, and I was wondering if you had an expert who
now,
could,
what do you mean?
Cover some
What do you mean changes?
It seems like there's been changes on how fees are done, and I noticed the biggest thing is before a veteran could only initially qualify for $485K worth of house.
Brent,
yeah, that's so your eligibility is based on your entitlement. So we have, even prior to these changes, we had people that would do loans of $700,000 and $800,000.
VA loans?
Yeah, VA loans. The great thing is there is no maximum on a VA loan. It's all based on your eligibility and your entitlement. So
okay, so first, Michael, what did you hear? We're going to address VA loans, but what did you hear that prompted a call or some inquiries?
It sounded like you needed a waiver if you wanted to qualify for a house over $485K.
Now, what do you mean a waiver?
It seems like the government would have to take extra time. That the original VA policy was only set up to fast track home purchases under $485K.
Okay, where is he getting the number to begin with? It didn't come out of the sky. Where is he getting
here's the deal.
Number?
I think there have been some changes to VA.
But what is the 485? Why does he have that
That's a number flying around that we're hearing that is more on you have different varying loan sizes, right? So that's your standard VA pricing. Now you've got a tier up from that will be slightly higher. That's what that number is.
Okay, so did that used to be the limit?
No, so that's something that is part of this equation now and part of this calculation. So again, it's really the easiest thing, and the best way to explain it is apply. We do have to submit it. Find out your eligibility, get your certificate of eligibility, and then that will drive things. Now, there are some pricing changes for tiers, and we see the same thing with Fannie Mae. If you've got a $575,000 loan amount, that has a different pricing structure than your standard loan amount.
When you say pricing, you mean the interest rate.
Interest rate,
All right,
yes.
so let's talk about this. For VA, you mentioned certain things. What is an entitlement?
So that is your eligibility. So as a veteran, you go and check your entitlement to see what they will lend
What
you.
gives some people more entitlement or more eligibility than others?
Service. Years of service. That's really all it is. Years of service.
So what's the most you can get?
You know, we've gone as high as $800,000 on a VA loan down in Colorado Springs.
Does eligibility equal loan amount?
No, not necessarily, but it does equal entitlement, which does allow you to drive how much you can ultimately borrow.
But you still have to qualify.
Yeah, you still have to qualify, absolutely.
Okay. Is the qualification less with a VA loan?
You know, they will allow higher debt-to-income ratios.
Right.
The great thing is you can finance 100% of your home's value, all with no monthly mortgage insurance premium. So it is one of the best products that's out there.
Okay, so what are the changes if you had to sum them up? Because Michael seems to think there are changes.
So funding fee increased to 3.6% is one of the changes.
What does that mean?
That's a fee that VA charges the veteran that gets rolled into the loan. So look at it this way.
So it's closing cost added to closing. It's 3 point what?
3.6%.
What did it used to be?
Yeah, it was dramatically lower, and it depended too. It was on a sliding scale as well.
So that's a lot of money. And what else?
The other thing, 90% max cash out now. You used to be able to go to 100.
Okay, what else? 90% cash out.
And then on a VA IRL, which is a streamlined refinance with no appraisal, it is a 36-month recoup from closing costs, 210 days.
What does that mean? What does that
meaning that you have to be able to recoup through monthly savings your cost to do the loan within 36 months.
Otherwise, what?
Otherwise, they won't allow you to do it
because they're telling you it's not a good idea.
You had people churning VA loans, so you had people advertising to veterans and telling veterans, hey, it makes all the sense in the world for you. If you're saving $70, let's do it, and let's just go. We don't have to do an appraisal,
so
no
in
cost
other
out of
words,
pocket.
you can't force someone into a VA loan unless they can recoup their costs in 3 years.
Right.
They have 90% max cash out if you wanted to take cash out. 90% loan to value is max, and then 3.6 fee, 3.6% fee. Do you have any specific questions, Michael?
No, that was it, Tom. I just
right.
figured, with all these changes coming out and all the veterans that are in this area,
well, it sounds like the 3.6 could be a limiting factor because that's added to the loan for eligibility.
Well,
right?
it's financed in, and so here's the thing.
It's financed in, but you still have to qualify for more.
I will tell you, it is still one of the most aggressive products on the market, and it is still one of the lowest interest rates in the marketplace. Well, it's still a fantastic product. Even with these changes, it still makes sense. If you're a veteran with eligibility, use it.
Now, Ed, this sounds curious to me. I'm seeing this, that you bought a new car and you're concerned about the financing. Are you there, Ed? Yes, Ed. You're concerned about your financing? What's going on?
Well, okay. First of all, let me explain something.
Yes, sir.
I am 83 years old. My wife is 82 years old. And we were buying a new Honda vehicle.
Okay.
And we have the paperwork, and it's 32 pages long.
My God.
And anyhow, we went through this, and the paper, what I'm showing, it's showing that the amount financed is $34,179.
Okay. How much is the vehicle?
That's what this is showing. Okay, the vehicle, it says here.
What are you buying it for? Just roughly, what is the price of the vehicle, roughly?
$35,135.
Okay, are you putting any money down?
I left them a older Honda.
Okay, and it was paid off?
Was it paid off? Yes.
You didn't have a loan on the old Honda. You traded it in. Okay, here's what would be best, Ed. I'd like to analyze this deal for you. Do you have a copy of the contract that you would be able to email us or not?
Yes, I do.
Oh,
I've got
this would be
35,
wonderful.
32
Well, I don't need those. I need the main pages that show the amounts. Here's what I'm concerned about, Ed. And I don't know where you are on level of competence or knowledge when it comes to cars. But here's what I'm concerned about. I want to make sure you're not getting ripped off. Of course, if it's a $35,000 car and you have a $34,000 loan and you traded in a car, that leaves about $1,000 somewhere for that trade, maybe. I don't know if you're counting taxes. That's why I would like to see. I don't know what you bought. I'd like to see the contract. Suzanne, if you could arrange the simplest way for him to get us. He doesn't have to send all 30. Of course, if it's all in one file, a PDF, I don't care. He can send the file. But I really would like to look at it. It sounds questionable to me. Now, hold on. We are going to talk to all of you, I promise, coming up.
That sounds like a lot, 3.6%. It's not. It was like 2.8 before, I think. I mean, it wasn't,
that's a lot of money, though, man, right up front.
Well, but when you look at it from this perspective, you're not paying any mortgage insurance, which should be a fee of about $350 a month. It's not a bad deal, especially over the life.
As long as you don't have all the equity
I have a spot coming up. You guys know how it is. Just pipe down a little.
Shut your mouth.
There you go. TheArtOfGranite.com. That's a website for The Art of Granite in Golden, Colorado, but they'll come to you after you get together and see what you want. In fact, they'll give you prices on the phone. They charge wholesale for all materials. They are a direct stone importer for granite, quartz, marble, other stone. You go there, pick them out, and they'll give you a price on the phone first to see if it's attractive. They only charge wholesale for materials, and they tear out and haul away free. They also do the bathroom free when you do the kitchen. 303-386-5919.
Okay, so this is called, where the hell is this called?
Will the rates go way down? Did they just go down?
Yeah, we're 3.5% on a 30 and 3% on a 15.
So I got a 3.125.
I mean, I have a stupid question, but man, I got a finance guy making me a shitload of money, and it sounds almost like I can borrow money cheaper and make money on it.
Oh, for sure. It's crazy. And the thing that's stupid is
but it sounds foolhardy to me to have a loan, but yet I don't see a downside.
But if you can borrow $100,000 at 3%, and invested at 5%, why not do it?
For the last 5 years, well, no, it's not 5. For the last 3 years, I've averaged 17%.
So why not borrow money at 3%?
And then Mark, that's not counting what Mark did. I don't know what his average is, but I'm talking about regular trading.
I made you $88,000 last year.
No, I mean the percentages are outrageous. I mean, do you do an average of?
Right? That's your fee.
Mark,
he doesn't know it yet.
Mark, do you do an average of? For yourself, did you figure that out, what your average return is?
Over 20 years, I have no idea.
No, like over the last 2 or 3 years, you know? I'm just curious.
15. Do you want me to get Brian Burns on to listen in on that call? Or?
Last year I got hit in December.
It's not a big deal.
But I was able to take, I was able to write off about 80 grand, and I made it back in January.
That sign guy from the pizza shop.
In fact, if I could do that every year, I would literally plan that every year.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, well, why wouldn't you? 100%.
Let's see, on-air schedule Saturday. Purity.
Hey, listen. From now on, like when I do stuff like for food and all that,
products.
Unless we agree to put it on referral list, I'm just going to put it on mine, okay? Because I didn't realize it was going on that card. When I'm on the show buying stuff for people, I don't care if I pick it up.
Go 4, 8, 12, 16.
No, that is outrageous for 10 days. I totally agree.
Tom ate $300 worth of pizza in 3 days.
10 days. Can you
Dude, where are you ordering pizza from?
I don't know.
You know what it is? When I think of pizza, I never order pizza because where I live, there's nowhere to deliver. Yeah. But I always think like when we lived in Castle Rock and I give my kids money to order pizza.
I love pizza.
It was $20.
Awesome. Yeah.
These fucking pizzas now are like $80, $90, man.
No, but the pizzas themselves, how much are they, Mark? About 25?
I fucking have no idea.
I have no idea either.
25, 30 a pie, I guess. I don't know, man.
Yeah.
Pizza pie.
Yeah.
I swear to God, Suzanne will pick up.
Is Hawkers good? Are they paid up? Hawkers Automotive.
I'm serious.
It's good.
She's an eagle eye.
That's perfect. That's because she's been with him for so long.
No, I think I don't know what it is, but man, it's amazing. She found so many fraudulent things sometimes that she just sees, and I don't know how the hell you keep track of that shit.
Oh.
What?
I just thought of Brent on this one. Fuck, I already got two others.
Oh, yeah.
I'll talk to you later about it, like in 3 months.
Okay.
We got something new that's crazy.
It's good.
You'll come in after we already know the concept, too, which is good.
Okay. Tom, let's get together, too, on that consumer lending thing.
Oh, for sure, man. And you know, we've both been really busy.
Yeah, no, it's been crazy. It's been nuts, but that's a...
But I haven't forgotten that.
No, that's... Dude, it's...
Hey, Doc, you want to bet on rock, paper, scissors?
I'm done betting for the week.
No poker?
I won $700 last night.
Oh, where'd you play?
At my home game. I invited you to play. You don't want to play with us.
Where is it?
We played with too good.
Where is it?
It's right here. We played at a friend's house who lives right by Inverness.
Who was a bigger winner and big loser? Amounts.
You know, I don't keep track of who's the big winner or loser.
No, don't you say what days I won 1,000 here, or no people keep it close?
700. What's your average pot?
The average pot there?
Yeah.
Probably 300 or 400.
Yeah, okay, that's not a Mallory game.
No. We might play at Mallory's office one of these days when he's not. If he wants to play and he's not busy. This is a busy season for him.
Yeah, I know. Shit.
Okay, guys. Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK. I have good news. There is a discount through the end of February for Martino listeners if you go to realcbdthatworks.com. That's my favorite, Panacea Life Sciences. We talked about the purity and the really the purity and the honesty in labeling, and what you get is what you get, and that's Panacea Life. But just remember this, realcbdthatworks.com. Go to that website. They have all kinds of various forms you can take, but it's all the same, okay? It's just how you want to take it. So you don't have to be confused. CBD is CBD is CBD when it's pure like that, and then you pick the form, a chewable or a gel cap, or you might want a gummy. It depends on what you want. They all work the same, and then you have to figure out how much you need, and each person is different. RealCBDThatWorks.com. In the coupon code, put Martino. Okay? Martino. 20% off at checkout. Put Martino in the coupon code. Martino. Get 20% off. RealCBDThatWorks.com. Eric has a complaint on Compass Insurance Group. I don't know if he was doing an insurance checkup, but let's take it. Okay, Eric, what's going on with you, sir? What's happening?
Well, Mark and I...
And here's what I want to say, Eric. I don't want you to consider anything you've talked to Mark about right now, because I know that you've talked to him off the air. All I care about is from the start with me, because I really don't know what's going on, so I'd like to hear it from the beginning. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. So I started off getting an insurance checkup with Ryan.
All right.
Everything's good.
Okay.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
So I get the notice from the escrow draw from Travelers that the premium went up over $500.
And is Travelers the one? I have to ask questions as you go. Is Travelers the company you had before the checkup, or is it the new company after the checkup?
It's the company I had before the checkup. Ryan advised me to stay where I was.
Okay.
But that they would like to take over the brokership.
Okay, so you stayed with Travelers, but it went up $500, and you switched your broker. So then what?
So then I called. I spoke with Sammy Wytek at Compass.
Yeah.
And I asked her, I said, so it went up. Can you please find out why?
Uh-huh.
Sure.
She said, sure. I knew it was going to go up 3%. It's where I live, and it's, you know.
Right. Okay, so you wanted to know why it went up 5%, especially when they said stay where you are because it's a good deal. So excuse me, not 5%, but why it went up to $500. So what happened? Did you find out why?
Yes. Sammy informed me the next day with a phone call that my address had changed, which triggered a new policy, which triggered the increase.
Okay, hold on a sec.
Part of it.
So did you move?
No, sir.
Okay, so why did your address change?
Because Sammy changed the address.
But why would she change the address? Was it a mistake?
I would assume so, and this could have all been avoided and all the minutia that goes with it if Travelers had to come to me and said, look, we had an employee that made a mistake. This is what happened. We're sorry. Let's move on. But that's not what happened.
Can I ask something, Eric? This is really important that we be very clear on this. Are you saying the only reason it went up $500 is because they put your address in? Let's say, for argument's sake, Compass entered your address wrong. Is that the only reason for the policy going up $500?
No, and they didn't put in an address wrong.
What? Oh, they didn't put it in. What happened?
No, this is what I'm saying happened. They wrote a new policy on a different address to trigger a new policy.
On purpose, you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Why?
That's what I believe. To increase, because when brokers go to, and I learned this.
But hold on, though. But you're telling me, though, but what you're saying is unethical. If they started a new policy and changed, Eric, I need to just make some comments. If they changed the policy on purpose and put in an address that was not yours just to get a new policy, that would be unethical. I don't think they would do that.
Well, that's your opinion. My opinion is that they did.
But what is their incentive?
Sammy Whitehead got fired.
Okay,
and
well, hold on. Why would they? You said they got caught. But why would they have done it? What's their incentive to do it? They make the same money no matter what you have.
No, wrong. They get an increased. I call it a kickback. They get an increased incentive from the insurance
for new customers.
Correct.
Okay, so you're telling me that they purposely put in another address, but wouldn't they know that this address? Wouldn't they know that this address would come up? You say you believe so. So you're saying their incentive was to trigger a new policy for a better commission.
Correct.
Okay, so then what? Keep going.
So then when I called Travelers, I was on the phone with them. They said, no, we don't have an address change.
Okay.
I said, really? They said, no, sir. I said, okay, thank you.
Well, then that negates.
Now wait.
Okay.
Now wait. Please hear me out. Sammy called me back, panicked. There wasn't an address change, blah, blah, blah. So then when I pressed her, she threw the underwriter at Travelers under the bus, whom she sent me an MP3 of the voicemail that he left her.
And what was the voicemail?
The voicemail said, well, the reason for your client's trigger in premium is because 3% for Colorado, and then the other money was because of the address change. That's not true. This is what their underwriter at Travelers said.
I have the audio. Let's play it. He sent it to me. Let's play it.
Okay, play the audio. Where is it? Okay, but listen.
I'll send it to Shannon right now.
It just doesn't sound. It's not. They make pennies on this. It just doesn't sound like they would try to get by a complete new policy. Then that would mean they canceled your old policy. And I have you on hold now, Eric, just because I need to be able to make comments. But, Eric, they canceled your old policy then, is what you're saying? Eric? I have the wrong guy. I'm sorry. Hold on, Margie. I'm sorry, Eric. You're saying then they canceled your old policy at the same time, right? Because they would have to.
No, sir. No, sir. There was no change in the policy that I've had for over a year with Travelers on that address.
I understand, but you're saying
after you hear this, it might make sense, Tom.
But, Eric, you're telling me that they wrote a new policy on another address. Did they keep the old policy intact?
Yes, sir. And then
now, why?
they
Hold on,
canceled it
Eric.
4 days later.
Oh, okay. But what was their plan? To keep both policies going, and they would pay on this? Who was going to pay for the second policy?
No one. They canceled it 4 days later after they got their incentive from Travelers.
Okay, so did they cancel the new one or the old one?
The old one, and I have an email that I sent Mark that shows your policy at an address that I wasn't at has been canceled as of the 6th.
So
I sent him the email.
The new policy that they started to get that bump, to get that commission, that they lied about the address just to get the commission, they canceled that 5 days later.
Yes, sir. And I have the email to
So
prove
you're
it.
saying the only reason they did this was to get that commission?
I believe so. That's
and
my
then,
opinion.
hold on,
yes.
and then they would cancel it 5 days later. Don't you think that the insurance company would catch on to something like such a dastardly deed?
And they wouldn't even have the house covered. It's the wrong house.
Yeah, I don't understand.
I assume so. However, Travelers, when I filed, I got all this information that Sammy was fired. Mark said she
hold
left,
on a second.
whatever.
I mean, what is this
I
voice? You're saying,
Hey, this voicemail is going to clear the whole thing up.
He
Tom.
says here's what he says, that the voicemail, what does the voicemail say, Eric? Tell me what this is going to prove.
It's queued up.
Tell me what it's going to prove, Eric.
It proves that Compass changed the address with the underwriter because that's exactly what he says. There's an increase because of Colorado and because of the change of address.
And you're saying they did all of this hoping you didn't notice the wrong address in order to get more commission.
And they'd have no policy on his actual house.
That's what I believe.
And
that's my opinion.
Oh, okay, that's your opinion. Can I hear this voicemail?
Hey, this is Jason from Travelers Underwriting, giving you a call back about a voicemail you had left with Brian about Eric Weatherman and their home policy renewal. I took a look at the policy 605-791-746-6331. This looks like a new policy written effective January 10th, 2020. I think they had a prior home before that was canceled, and this one written. So the difference in premium would have been we did have some rate increases in 2019. We did take some rate in Colorado, and they also have a new address with, of course, new
okay,
rating
that's
variables,
exactly what Eric said.
Premium.
It cleared it up. So what Traveler said was, you have an increase in this policy because it's a new policy on a new address, and he moved. That's what I heard. I heard them say that, and so Eric is saying they did that on purpose. Now, I will say this. If I was a consumer and I was suspicious, I wouldn't. I just know these guys, and I know the insurance business. I don't think they would go through all this, but I would be. Let's put it this way. It's not like this guy is just making stuff up. I mean, he did go for a renewal. They did change the address somehow, and they did get a new policy, and it did go up $500. So, I mean, it's not.
So they were going to
I'm not
insure
saying
the wrong house. That's the part that makes no sense.
Of course it makes no sense. But it's not like Eric has. It's not like he's calling because he's a nut. I mean, he saw a few things. First, he saw an increase of $500. Then he saw a change of address. Then he hears the Travelers guy saying the reason it went up, you're going to have a normal increase anyway, plus it's a new policy at a new address.
Well,
wouldn't you be concerned too?
But the new house could be bigger, smaller, who knows? Of course it's going to be different.
But
of
he
course.
didn't have
That's
a new
got
house.
nothing to do with Compass just jacking the price up.
No, of course
that
not.
makes no sense.
But he did. What you're saying is, if they wrote a new policy for a new address in order to get more money, they would have to know that address would cost more. Well, he is alleging that this Sammy at Compass did it on purpose. I mean, I don't think this happened, but what I'm saying is...
But wait, I'm going to ask you, did what on purpose? Went to insure the wrong property on purpose?
He's alleging that she wrote the policy at another address to trigger a new policy with a higher premium. This is what he's alleging in order to get more commission.
Then they would go back and change the address?
I don't know. I don't know what he thinks they would have done. I think what Eric is saying is after they got the money, they had planned to cancel it and correct it.
I think he's a nut.
Okay, well, hold on. I don't think this happened in a million years, guys. I don't think it happened because I know these guys. But I don't think he's just making stuff up out of the air because he's a nut. Well, what's nutty about the complaint?
Okay, I'll tell you what's nutty about it.
Hold on.
What does
Tell
he
me
want?
after this.
This
wants
is
nothing.
Denver's
Mark, this is the most ridiculous bullshit. Why the fuck would someone write a policy for a few days?
On the wrong address.
Says if you put him on, he can clear this
Okay,
up. I told him after the break.
Was that Brian? Yeah, of course he will.
Well, that's the thing. Like, unless the policy stays enforced, they're not going to get paid on it.
That's
Right.
exactly
There's no
right.
way in hell.
Exactly.
There's nothing logical about it.
Right.
But
Then I go, then he starts blaming Compass for trying to take money out of his fucking checking account. You haven't even got to that one yet.
Oh, what's that, Mark? Hold on. What?
Compass is constantly trying to take money out of his checking account.
How's he stopping him?
It's not, it's Travelers.
Hold on.
He has no money in his checking account.
That's the best stuff.
That's the best stuff there is.
But they did write a new policy, right, Mark?
What?
They did write a new policy.
Is Frank coming in?
They cut him loose so quick, I don't even know what happened.
Why 11:30?
Yeah.
Oh,
Or he cut
we knew
his
it
or
then.
whatever.
We knew he was going to be late.
Well, they
Okay.
don't cover travelers, do they?
Doesn't matter. I got it, man. I got it.
Yes.
Mile High Estate Planning. I love Blake Harris. I am getting such good reviews on him. In fact, he has all excellent reviews on Google and elsewhere. Free, listen to this, free parking. Downtown, he's at the Union Station. Also, he makes appointments on nights and weekends. Can you imagine that? And not only that, he has flat rate pricing for all of his services, prenups, postnups, wills, basic wills, beneficiaries deeds, payable on death bank accounts, power of attorney. If you need to go to probate right now because something happened, he can do it. If you need to contest a will or someone is contesting a will and you're a personal representative, if you want to avoid probate altogether, any and all estate planning issues Blake Harris can handle and handle them well. 720-924-6171. It's a call everyone needs to make, and you need to start an estate plan. It can be simple or not. It's up to you, and he is cost effective and offers value. MileHighEstatePlanning.com. So, Deputy Doc,
I left another message
Good,
for
okay.
the sign guy.
He ain't calling back. Let's light his ass up.
Let's light it up.
Just so we did call him twice.
He's a jerk.
He didn't call you back, huh?
No.
Is he sick or something? Wasn't he sick?
No.
You're
Wife
sick.
died. Wife died.
We're all sick.
His wife died.
You
right.
can't handle the sickness.
Yeah.
No. What was the term?
I'm sick.
He's
You're
gaslighting me.
It's outrageous.
Gaslighting.
Gaslighting me.
Outrageous.
Oh, that's a new term, by the way.
He's sick.
What
Hey,
was
Brett, have we
gaslighting
met
versus
before?
ghosting?
Yeah.
That means you make someone
No,
feel as if they're crazy.
Ghosting is ignoring
Oh,
someone.
okay.
It'd be like if I shined a red dot on your head all the time. You saw it, but no one else sees it. Like everybody in here goes, fuck, Dan, we don't know what you're talking about. There's no red
That's
dot.
not gaslighting.
Yes, it is. You make someone think they're crazy. That's what gaslighting is.
Oh, that's one form. You're right.
What if they're already crazy?
Then you're,
right.
then you're reverse gaslighting.
What about diesel lighting?
You make them feel like they're normal.
Do you know
Oh,
who
there's
tried-
nothing wrong
Mark,
with you.
Do you know who tried to do that to me?
Who? Oh, Holly.
Oh, wait. I'm talking about.
That's what I said.
Of course!
For 10 years.
There was a
Sure.
meeting we had with someone. And he says, is that what you think I said? Did you hear me say that?
Yeah, I know exactly who that
That
was.
fucking little asshole.
My finger's not here. I'm not touching you.
Okay, you know, there's one thing I hate, and that is bull stuff. I hate bull stuff, and there's so much of it. in the industry of SEO. Oh, everyone's going to do everything for you. And then they're going to show you how to do online marketing because no one knows what they're doing. I'm so tired of hearing this crap. We went to a company and said, show us, and they did. So I'm bragging about them because they really do work. Results, okay? They're results. GetFoundFast.com.
Yeah, so that same gal, Mark, I had a conversation with her late summer. I'm like, do you see why this doesn't make, and she goes, no, you're right. No, this is on me. I'm like, yeah.
I got to call her today.
Is this a complaint?
No, it's the guy with an appraisal.
I have to call her today.
She called me back and like has zero recollection of the other discussion at all. None. No, we did not talk about this. We spoke at length. I sat in my driveway for 40 minutes and
she doesn't remember a thing.
Like, no, that's not what happened. Like, okay.
Is she saying you didn't talk, or she doesn't recall?
No, so she's saying we didn't speak.
Maybe you didn't.
You never know. You know what? Now I'm wondering if I talked to her. Maybe it was all in my head.
I need to be able to.
She's gaslighting you. That's why she said you were gaslighting her. It's the old switcheroo.
How well do you hear conversations? Like when I'm talking like this to Mark, can you make out the conversation?
I can't.
I don't know.
If we were talking,
I would have to look back.
Oh, you mean on audio? You can definitely hear. Because if you're on the Biden cam, you're right there.
Biden?
The Biden cam, like he runs for president. Biden.
Why is that Biden?
You didn't know that was a Biden cam?
Why is that?
Because if you put this up and hold it upside down, you can look up skirts.
Like Biden.
Is he that dirty?
No, but I think Mark is.
He does the weird, like when he sniffed that woman's hair, you realize like.
Yeah, but you don't ever.
You catch him. I mean, it is weird. It is weird.
Of all
then
that,
he sat on my leg and liked my hair, and my hair stood up.
But now I know what roaches are.
Wow.
God, there's so much I want to
You
talk about.
love Dems.
Denver's talk station online at
This whole fiasco.
How about this shit last night? Oh my god.
It's amazing, isn't it?
They're the biggest tech blunder ever.
I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Okay. I want to talk to Brian. And now I want to sum up Eric. Eric is saying he went for an insurance checkup. They told him to stay where he is. They renewed his traveler's insurance policy, he thought. They said to stay. We'll take over the broker of this. We'll be the broker of record, but you should stay with Travelers. Then they're saying someone at Compass purposely changed the address to make it look like a new policy because that triggered a higher premium and therefore higher commissions. And then their plan was to keep this long enough to get the commissions, then cancel it because he said it was canceled 4 or 5 days later, but they got caught. So Mark thinks he's a nut. Now, here's what I think.
You still haven't asked him what he wants.
No, but
what happened
I
to
want
him?
first Compass to address this, okay? Because we're getting too far away from the original complaint. But I do want to make this clear. I don't think this guy just decided to complain and called up. He had a real issue. First, it went up $500. That's not their fault, but it went up. So that's one concern. And the second concern is it had a different address. So it's not like he's calling for nothing. He had reason to call, Mark. He had an increase plus a change of address. So Brian Burns at Compass Insurance Group. Brian, for the record, I'm just saying straight up, I just know you guys too well and know that this would not happen. But I do owe Eric a hearing because he found a discrepancy and I wanted to know what's going on. Of course, I don't think we need to warn people about you. If anything, I tell people to call you guys all the time and you handle loads of insurance for me. So I just wanted to say that up front so people don't think I'm kissing butt or anything. That's the way I feel. But, Brian, you have to admit, the guy goes for a renewal, and he sees a $500 increase and then a change of address. And they tell him it's a new policy, and he's saying, this isn't a new policy, so go ahead. I'll shut up.
No, I appreciate it, and I do agree with you. I think Eric has reasons to wonder where he's going off base. I do understand this now. I dug into this and have been on the phone with Travelers and looked through, and I apologize to Eric for the confusion of it, but I do know what happened now. First off, just to dispel any notion about this commission idea,
we don't get paid commission on accounts that don't get paid on. In other words, insurance companies don't pay insurance agents if the policies don't get paid. So the idea of that this is a ploy to try to make extra commission is just not true.
Hold on. I want to ask something. Hold on. Had he paid his, let's say he had paid his total premium, and then you canceled it after that, would you keep the commission?
No, because he gets refunded on a canceled policy. They give that money back to the insured.
Okay, all right, cool. Now
yeah,
go on with your story.
There's absolutely no way that is a plausible idea for an insurance agent. It would never work, okay? But nor would we ever do that. But I do know what happened here.
What happened?
So Eric used to be, and I just dug into all this to figure this out, but Eric used to be an insured with us. We were his agent back in 2015. He had an auto insurance policy with Safeco. At that time, Eric had a different address. Eric called us. He canceled that back in 2017. Eric called our office again and talked to an agent and wanted to get quotes again. He sent over his current traveler's policies at the time. We had no idea what the renewal would be, but at the current time that he sent it over, we were not able to find, or the agent was not able to find, a better deal for him than what Travelers offered. So he told him, you know what you got right now is the best deal you got going. You can keep it. If you are unhappy with your agent, you always have the option to change agents at renewal. So that's what the offer was given. He did, in fact, want to do that. So we had to send him over a broker of record letter where he has to sign it, naming Compass as the agent upon renewal in January. He did that. On that form that was generated, it generated with his old address that we had on file. So the form he signed has his old address. It's not just a made-up address. It's just the address we had on file from his old policy.
Okay.
So he signed that. We sent it into Travelers. Travelers sees that, and they are recognizing they shouldn't have done this, but they set the renewal at that point. They canceled the renewal for the correct property address and issued a renewal for this old policy address of his.
Or issued a new. They issued a new policy, Brian. They issued a new policy.
That's right.
Okay, so
they issued a new policy for this old address because the broker of record letter had his old address on it.
I understand. So they assumed not only were you taking over as a broker, but they also assumed it was a new policy.
That's right. Now,
hold on, Brian, 1 second. I need to throw something in here. I asked him yesterday after I about hung myself talking to him for a half hour, what is this other address? Do you know if it's a house? Is it a business? Do you know anything about it? You know what he answered me? Well, it's somewhere around here. He never said that was my old address. He never said anything.
Address.
Why the hell would he leave that out?
I don't know, but here's the whole point. I have a copy, and I can send this to you guys, just so that we're total transparency here. I have a copy from Travelers of the renewal set for the correct address that it should have been, along with the new policy that was set to go. Both of these policies were canceled as of the 10th when they were issued. And just so you know, the policy that was set to renew is actually about $20 more than than this old address. In other words, we would have actually been reducing the premium. So there's absolutely no. This was
I see what you're saying.
Mistake.
You're saying had it stayed with the old address, it would have gone up even more. And your incentive is not to get a commission because you're only paid when a premium is paid. If money's refunded, you don't get commission on that. But I
made the same commission on the old policy.
Brian, I do believe you. I want to sum it up. Eric went to you for a renewal. The agent said, leave it where it is. You're better off. The agent says you're going to have to sign a new agency agreement. They sent him over one generated by your system, which automatically had his address from 2015, and he signed it. He sent it back to you and then you guys sent it to Travelers.
It was e-signature, yeah.
When you sent it to Travelers, it had a new address, which was really his old address on it. They assumed not only was he changing agents, he was also he was getting a new policy. Okay, but had the old policy been canceled?
Yeah, Travelers canceled the old policy and issued a new policy.
Automatically.
We did not issue that policy. They automatically did that. We weren't even aware they did that.
Okay, I understand. You weren't aware of it. Then he said, wait a minute, what's going on? Okay, you're saying he would have had this increase in premium no matter what. You guys did not trigger it. That's for sure, is what you're saying.
Yep.
But there's one other thing hanging out there.
Sure.
Why would Sammy be fired?
She wasn't fired. Sammy left our office, but it had nothing to do with this instance. But we did not let her go. She got another job, is all it is. It wasn't even with an insurance.
I told him that. Yeah.
Okay.
They're totally separated. They have nothing to do with one another.
Brian, I believe everything you're saying, okay? But so, Eric, isn't that a plausible explanation?
Yes, sir. So why didn't they come out and tell me this?
I don't know. They didn't know in the beginning, I guess.
And here's the other thing. The address was never changed to Travelers, and I've got proof.
What are you talking about?
They sent me a renewal. Now, wait. They sent me a renewal at the address I am at.
Right.
With the correct address on it. The address was never changed at Travelers.
Hold on, Eric. I don't think you heard what he said.
And I got
Eric,
an email
I don't think you heard what he said, Eric.
Confirming they canceled the address.
I don't think you heard what he said.
Heard everything.
No,
he
you
said.
didn't, because what he said was that policy had to be canceled, so it was renewed. It was renewed, but when they got the letter from them with the other address, they then canceled it and issued a new policy. So that's
no,
what...
they didn't. They never issued a new policy because Travelers drafted from
Brian,
escrow.
I mean, Eric, they're not flat out lying. They're going to show us the thing that you signed.
They're not flat out lying.
Okay, so...
And I'll send you the email.
And do you also see that there was no financial incentive at all to do what you allege they did on purpose?
So they say.
All right, Eric, you know what? You're just the kind of guy that will never believe anything except what you want to believe because you want to believe there is evil under every rock.
Now,
there's a conspiracy theorist.
Yeah, I know. It's like, okay, what's next? Chemtrails?
Also,
tinfoil.
Is he still on, Tom?
He was talking with tinfoil on his head.
No, but ask him how it stands as of now.
That's what they say.
They have their own
Does he have the right policy with the right address?
But it
End
did,
of story.
but it did go up. So.
Well, they said it's going to go up.
I know.
But if he has the right policy at the right
what
address.
What good is that, Doc? What good is that, really? He'll just say because he caught him. Well, you know, I mean, truly.
But the bottom line is, if he has the right policy at the right address, no harm, no foul. Very simple, right?
The guy just feels he caught him.
This report is sponsored by Upwork.
And then he said he just wanted an apology, and then he said she was fired, and he said, and even though Mark told her that no, that's not why she left.
Right.
You know, it's
You get the point. When you need in-demand talent,
that's what you should have asked him. Why do you?
Is how.
Who said she was fired?
Let's talk about Joe Lazzara, a criminal defense attorney. If you're in trouble, you need help, you need a defense attorney, and that's Joe Lazzara. It's that simple. Of course, most people are never charged with a crime, and that's a great thing, but life doesn't always go perfectly. Sometimes people get in trouble, especially when it comes to drinking and driving. It's mostly unintentional. No matter what, though, you are in trouble, and you need help. Joe Lazzara. LazzaraLegal.com, 303-429-6200.
Embarrassed? I just should have asked him, Tom, why do you say she was fired? Afraid to laugh, afraid to live. You should have asked him, why do you say she was fired? You know, well, she's not there anymore. Well, I believe more than just being fired.
He's got, a stone in his shoe.
I listened to that guy tell Mark yesterday, I have no idea what that other address is. It was one block over in my neighborhood. It just made me lose all respect for that guy. You know what I mean?
Well, all credibility.
All credibility. It was crazy. It was crazy.
2,200, 2 live spots.
Well, I think if somebody doesn't have credibility, they don't have respect.
4 Collins is its own thing. $300.
You know how sometimes you pretend you know people when you don't?
People do that for you all the time.
Not pretend, but you just say things you shouldn't. Like, oh yeah, he's a nice guy, right? One time I'm in a meeting with a banker. I don't know why this came up, but it was kind of like credibility. I'm trying to get a loan, right? I'm in a meeting with a bank, and he says, so you did business over at that bank before? You know, and I said, oh yeah, we did. He says, yeah, the owner, so-and-so, John Smith. And I went, John's such a nice guy. And he went, yeah, nice and dead. It's like, because I was talking about doing business with them recently, and he had been dead for like 5 years or whatever.
Who's that other insurance company? The Italian name.
Or I said, what's he doing lately?
Remember?
What's that, Mark?
The Italian name, the insurance company. Nate's client.
Oh my goodness, I don't know, Mark. Mark,
I'll just have to look it up. God, that guy was crazy as hell, man. You have no idea. After a half hour, I wanted to fucking run my head into a brick wall.
I know. Mark, I get the same way. But
he wouldn't stop no matter what. And then, you didn't even get into this. Well, okay, it all happened, and let's say it happened just like it did. What would you like now?
Oh, you're right. I never did ask. You're right.
No, you don't want to ask, because you'll fucking run your head into a brick wall.
I thought you wanted just a policy.
No, he wants to expose them for the fucking thieves they are, and an apology.
Did you ever ask him, where did you hear that Sammy was fired?
He said the Travelers underwriter told him Sammy was fired.
So how would they know?
Well, because when Compass fires someone, they call up all their insurance companies and say, hey, you know that receptionist we had, Sammy? Guess what? We canned her.
And
please tell everybody.
He never mentioned he had an address on file with them previously.
When I asked him what that other address was, it's so funny because I didn't even know that today until Compass said that. I asked him, I said, well, what is that other address? Is it even a house? Is it a business? He goes, I don't know. It's something around here somewhere. That's what he fucking said. I wish you asked him, why didn't you say it was your old address? I should have said that. God. You know what, though? Is he still on? Let's call. Hey, call him back up and give him Brent's number next time he needs a loan.
No.
He really likes working at 3 in the morning.
Do not.
I need.
And I kept thinking, here's the part that kept sticking with me. I kept saying, well,
what do you know?
It's not even insuring that house. What do you think they're going to do? Sell you a policy on a house you don't even fucking live in. And they're not going to get caught. This is their whole scam.
He said they were gonna cancel it. That was
okay, but why?
Then get commission on it.
I told him they don't get commission on that. They refund it 100%.
He didn't believe that.
He still doesn't believe it.
What a way to go. You started putting all these new things. Hey, I'm changing your address, but I'll change it back. And then commission.
Yeah, you look really good for about a month.
Well, you wouldn't get any commission until they actually got money, though.
You didn't get into them hitting his checking account.
So he called the insurance commission.
Oh, did he really?
Oh, you forgot to mention he called the Castle Rock police on him. How come you didn't bring that up?
Come on.
Yeah, he called the fucking cops
let's talk about it.
I'll put the Looney Tunes back up.
Although, truly, I want to take something else first. Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. In a minute, we'll give you some other details on that call you didn't hear about. But Margie, what's going on? You have a fraud alert? What's going on? I want to urge people, if you're on the line, I promise your calls will be taken. And if you just please, we're going to take you. And I know you held yesterday. I promise not to make you hold a long time. Margie, what's going on?
Okay, let me see if I can't get this onto my other phone. Hold on.
All right. See, here's the problem. We're running out of time, so I'm going to talk to her off the air and get the meat, and we'll come right back to her. So hold on, Margie. 303-713-TALK.
Don't be left out in the cold. Get a Carrier System heating and air while saving more than $2,000. Plumbline and Carrier. Turn to the experts you trust. PlumlineServices.com. Savings include discounts, rebates, free accessories, and a $500 high-efficiency credit, plus a 10-year warranty on parts and labor. PlumlineServices.com. Ethics and excellence in practice every day. I've trusted them in my home going on 20 years. PlumlineServices.com.
If you've saved a lot in your IRAs, 401ks, and other accounts, taxes could be your biggest retirement expense. Hi, I'm Linda Gardner, host of Your Money, Your Retirement, every Saturday on 630 KHOW. As a CPA, when we put together your comprehensive retirement plan, I'm always keeping an eye on taxes. Don't let taxes derail your retirement. Call 720-488-8604 or online, yourmoneyyourretirement.com.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Dan Kaplis today at 4, 630 KHOW, Denver.
ABC News, I'm David Wright. Should Iowa lose its first place in the process because of a massive snafu during the caucuses? Some think so.
I think we have to have a conversation about Iowa being dead. I mean, first of all, the state does not reflect the diversity of our party. We have to make sure it's not first. Second, this caucus thing is really unwieldy.
That's Yvette Simpson, head of the group Democracy for America and an ABC News contributor. Another contributor, former Chicago Mayor Rahm Emanuel, admitted it was a pretty big screw-up.
Iowa has always been known as the Iowa bounce for some candidate, Barack Obama, Bill Clinton. I think it's going to be now known as the Iowa blunder.
The Democratic Party insists its systems are secure and say it wasn't a cyber intrusion, but a coding issue in the reporting system that caused the uncertainty. President Trump called the Democratic side of the caucuses an unmitigated disaster and said the only person that can claim a very big victory in Iowa last night is Trump. This is ABC News. Boeing confirms it's being investigated by the Securities and Exchange Commission over its grounded 737 MAX.
The disclosure came in a regulatory filing Friday, which provides few details of the investigation other than that Boeing is cooperating with investigators from the SEC and the Justice Department. 737 MAX was grounded by regulators last year following the Lion Air and Ethiopian Airlines crashes.
Because she was suspecting you are way too low, and this is way too foggy. And he said yes, because if he said no, they would have made him climb and file. File in the air, and then they would have given him a vector to a somewhere to a VOR or a fix.
When I asked him about the address, I said,
but they would have had a very specific.
Now that I know it was his old address,
I'm no
love to
longer
hear
special VFR.
His stupid response about, I don't know.
Climb at a heading of 360 to X amount. They would have said, then do this, then do that, then do this, until they vectored him somewhere safe. That's what they would have done. But instead they said, are you sure you're in VFR? And he said, yes, VFR. Then he turned, and if he was in VFR, he did this, and he literally just
right into the side of the mountain.
Not like flat, but like this. And that's all exactly what happens.
Was he climbing at the time?
No, we don't know, but we know that he was doing 178, and that's just fucking full out. I mean, that's full out and probably diving, probably.
I'll tell you where he completely buried himself as a lying piece of shit is where it came to that fucking address. Did I not ask him point blank?
He was full of shit, saying, I don't know, that's just a block over. I don't know where they got that address from. Daniel, you know the John Hancock annuity call? I know that Tom had the papers yesterday. Do you have copies of those in email? Were they faxed?
No, I have no idea. Where did you get
How
those?
did you get the copies?
I didn't. Somebody brought
I don't know. I mean, I had
them.
No,
I gave them, but they were given to me. I thought by you.
No.
Oh, they must come in by fax. Okay. Okay, sorry. I thought you gave them to me.
Wouldn't it be nice if when things come in by fax, since it's printed by your machine,
you know what I should
go
do?
back into memory and reprint?
Oh, you can. Oh,
So-
I'm going to go back. Yeah.
This guy, let me tell you, let me ask you something. Maybe I should do it. This wacko, it's wacko number 2, just emailed me saying, Tom, after how you treated that guy, blah, 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 and Mark in the background calling him a nut, we can't trust the referral list anymore. Okay? So here's what I'm going to do. He left his phone number. I'm going to send his phone number to Wacko, and let's connect the two wackos. Is that okay with you? Connect Wacko 1 with Wacko 2.
How the hell can somebody say that? I gave that guy more airing than anyone. What's his name?
Which Wacko?
The second.
Mike Hendricks.
But you also let Brian explain exactly what's going on.
Hi, Mike. How you doing?
Hi, Frankie.
So if anybody was really listening, they would know that there was an explanation for it.
Yeah, but the problem is, according to Eric, do you realize he called the police on Compass?
I can't believe that. What would the police have to do with it?
I would have no idea. Oh, because they changed his address.
Oh, but that's not a...
I'm good. I think this action.
Hey, at least the wacko
Hey, Frank.
you know didn't call the cops on you.
Mark, can I talk to you really quick?
Yeah. Frank, you are not in a... You are not a shucks and... Wait, you are a shucks and
I'm a shucks and darn guy, right? They're playing on mine. I can get different. They're okay. They're not uncomfortable.
Plus, when you bundle home and auto, you can save. So call your local Allstate agent today. Are you in good?
All good.
All good.
Think about home loans, think ideal home loans, and the help they can give you. That application process, we go through it line by line, and that really allows us to do an effective job to make sure we're doing what's in your best interest. Call Frank Ivanson and his team at 303-867-7000, 867-7000, Ideal Home
That's
Loans.
Brent Iverson.
Good
That
guy.
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
I thought he was a scammer.
Yeah, for sure. Totally.
Doc, did you get that safer net?
Oh, I forgot. Did you get it?
No, I was waiting on to see how hard it was to put on and everything.
You know, I'll do that tonight.
How you been doing, Doc? Doing good?
Yeah, so far.
Frank is listening on the commercials and wants to come on about calling the police.
Yeah, ask him why he called the police. Why did he say he called the police?
The police said they have no jurisdiction over that.
Yeah.
Even if they did it...
Did you hear about it and stuff? The guy? Oh.
You know, but even if they did it deliberately, the police aren't going to do anything about it.
But he said Compass changed
The Insurance Commission or the FTC might, but the local police...
Another commission. And then they changed it back. No, it didn't happen.
Oh, it did not happen.
No. The addresses is they changed brokers, brought it back into kept the same insurance company to Compass. Compass only had his old address on file. And that's what they had wrote the policy, but he was saying, no, they did this to a double commission.
Hey, Dan.
Get commissions like that. No.
Yeah,
Like selling a house.
did you hear the rumor that Frank called up that guy in Arizona to get the listing on that house?
Hi, Tom Martino
From
here.
yesterday?
Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK is our number. Here to help you solve problems, to answer questions and take complaints. Just what you need, right? I'm going to go to Margie. We left off with her. She wanted to warn us about a fraud. This falls under the category of recurring charges. Then the guy from Compass Insurance with that complaint, if he can just wait, I think he had more to say, but we summed that up, and I'll sum it up again. But Margie, let's talk. Oh, well, he hung up again. Never mind. So, Margie, what's going on with you? What's happening?
Okay, you want me to tell the whole story again?
Well, I want you to tell. I took you off the air as I said I would to get the meat of it. Basically, it was a recurring charge on your credit card, and your bank card caught it. Can you tell people what it was or what it is?
Yeah, it was Verify Lookup. It was a small charge, $14.99. It started out at 50 cents. I didn't even notice it back in November, this past November. And they called me yesterday and said, well, this might be a fraud. So we want to know if you've verified this or if you did this, have this company. And I said, no, I've never heard of them.
Right. And a lot of people, I'm looking them up. They're just fraud.
They are fraud.
Yeah.
I called them. They gave me the phone number and said, well, you check it out with them and see if you did something that you don't realize you did. Well, they every time I called, they said, we can't hear you. We can't hear you. Call back again. So I called again and again and again. 20 minutes after that or so, I had to go do something. And then I came back, and this time the number was, this number is no longer in service.
So anyway, were you able to go back? Were you able to go back and get all of them credited?
Well, I think so.
Okay.
Bank AmeriCard was going to go through their fraud department and blah, blah, blah.
Just follow up on that, Margie. Some of them will limit how far they go back. And that is a bad thing because people don't always check their bills. So if the message here is anything, it is not just look for Verify Lookup, but please go back and check your bills and statements. Now, I have a very interesting app that can check, that finds anything instantly that is fraudulent or out of order. Just, Brent, instantly. Brent Ivinson is here. He stopped by to say hi from Ideal Home Loans. I have an app that I would put up against anything, anywhere. If 5 cents shows up and it's not supposed to be there, it gets it. It's called Suzanne. And that is the best app in the world. She didn't hear it, but she is the best app in the world. So let's talk to Josh about purchasing an old car. Hi, Josh. What's happening? And by the way, Eric hung up. He had called back about Compass, and I know why. Eric, if you truly just sat back and listened, you would know that what you're saying is unreasonable. And the a-hole who wrote in saying the way that I didn't handle you properly, whoever this Mike guy is, he is a jerk too, because I'm just tired. You know what? I'm tired. I'm not going to be polite. I'm just going to say it like it is. He's a jerk. He wouldn't listen to reasoning. And then this guy listening, for him to think that Eric sounded reasonable, he's a nut too. And I'll tell him to his face, you're both nuts. And you know what? They say, well, then I don't know if I'm going to use a referral list. Don't. You know why? We don't want customers like you because you're nuts. So let's talk, Josh, about purchasing an old car. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, so I just had a question
Yes, sir.
about, we always look at mileage, but if you find an older car, very low mileages, are there concerns or things you should do other than the normal checks simply because of age?
Well, first of all, you got to try to verify. You got to try to verify that it's accurate. Sometimes, if it's really old, it's impossible. What vintage are you talking about?
I'm talking like 20 years old, 18 to 20-year-old car.
Okay.
With only about 60,000 miles. Based on the Carfax, it actually, believe it or not, looks pretty accurate.
Good. You know what? Whenever you buy a car, it's always best. Let me just say this up front, then I'll tell you what I do personally. It's always best to get an expert to go through the systems and really do some serious pre-purchase inspection. SOS Inspections, in my opinion, has one of the best pre-purchase exams, and they'll go to where the car is. Or actually, they will also, you can take the car to them. I don't know what the price difference is. Here's the other thing, Josh. I personally, though, before I even waste my time getting a pre-purchase, there are some very basic things I do. I go around and check the body for any body work or signs of any trauma. I look underneath. I look at frame. I look inside the trunk, and then also the hood. And then I look for any signs of hidden damage or rust or water. I pick up floor mats. I do all of that basic stuff. I look around windows to see if they've been replaced, because if side windows are replaced, it's usually a result of something traumatic. I mean, a windshield can be replaced at any time. So I look also around any body moldings there might be, if it's an older car that had moldings, and to make sure that it hasn't been repainted. Usually a repaint job is not done correctly, usually, unless this is a restoration. So I look at all the basics. It's that simple. I also listen for any unusual noises. If everything checks out solid, I also put my finger in the tailpipe to see if there's a crap load of carbon or anything liquid or moist is bad there, other than condensation, but you can tell the difference. So that's it. Then I turn the car off after running it a while, look underneath, and just look for all those obvious things. If none of those things ring true, then what I do is have someone do a pre-purchase exam, because you can never do all of the stuff you need to do, but at least you won't waste your time either. So
awesome.
And now listen, pre-purchase is important, but if a good pre-purchase indicates anything at all that could be wrong with the body or frame, now even Norris would tell you this, get it checked further. In other words, he may not be able to do what you need done. For example, if a car is rebuilt or if a car had extensive repairs, if they were done properly, if he says, man, this car looks good, but I think it was probably repaired or wrecked or rebuilt or whatever, what you need to do is get it to a body shop that can actually do measuring of the frame. This is expensive purchases we're talking about, where people really want to make sure something was done properly. Many people buy older classic or exotic cars that have been wrecked on purpose because they're so cheap compared to their comparables, and they still get the look. Now, they don't buy it for investment, and they know it's going to be difficult in reselling, but they still get to have the look. So what they might do is get that on a frame, a measuring tool, schedule to make sure it was done properly. And that's the most important thing with unibody construction especially. If it was not done properly, it's unsafe. The crumple zones are compromised, and all of the safety features built into a unibody are compromised when those repairs are not done properly. One simple rear-end collision or front collision that's repaired incorrectly could turn into a fatal crash for the second when they have a second crash because of the compromising that the auto body goes through if not repaired properly. It's very important. What are you looking at, by the way? What kind?
Oh, it's a 4Runner. It's
okay.
A 4Runner.
You know what? Those vintage 4Runners. How do I put this? They're not good buys, and
no, they're expensive.
Yeah, that's why. Now listen to what I'm going to say, and I hope you get the gist of this. The better the car, the worse used car value it is. The better new car value it is, the worst used car value. They don't depreciate a lot, which means you could buy a comparable SUV that's just as good, it just doesn't have the name, and get a way better deal and actually way better utility. If you're going for a 4Runner and you buy it new and you buy it right, that's a good deal. If you go for a used 4Runner, no matter how used, it's a bad deal because no one lets them go for songs. But if you find a Tahoe or if you find something comparable, I'm trying to think of something comparable right off the top of my head.
I should have you guys look at I should have Mark try and get me a good deal on that new Hyundai Palisade.
I can do that.
Oh,
man.
My goodness. Listen. If you get a new Hyundai, that new one,
that
the SUV,
gorgeous.
That is something that you don't care that much about the depreciation as much because first they don't depreciate that much, but there's a sweet spot. Now, one technique Mark uses, he was talking about the other day. It's really good. What he does is he takes. And it's not even a hit, but you take a hit and buy a car, and you buy it right the first time. You can finance it or pay cash, but if you finance it, he has managed to find a sweet spot when he can sell it while it's still under warranty and get a really good price for it where he can maintain a new car. He can have a new car for the same payment on and on and on, where he doesn't have to put in more cash or make more of a payment. Most people do just the opposite. Every car they get, payments go up, or down payments go up, or negative equity goes in. And what's the sweet spot, Mark? You said most of the time.
With Hyundais, the key is buying them right, of course.
Right.
And after that, I like selling them around $36,000 because when you sell it, they still have a bumper-to-bumper warranty, whoever you sell it to, for $24,000. They're fully protected.
And people feel very comfortable buying it that way.
That's right.
And so it's going to go for a way better price than another kind of car. So the best to you, Josh. And if you do want some help, by the way, Suzanne, get his number. If he truly wants some help getting a deal, then we can brag about it on the air if Mark can do that for him.
Hey, Tom, I have a question. Is it harder or easier to manipulate an odometer? Remember the old ones used to have
mechanically. You know what?
Is mechanical or electronic easier to manipulate?
Actually, that's a trick question because really it's easier to do the electronic one but harder to get into it to do it. The mechanical one is more difficult but easier to get to.
But that would be an interesting thing to tell people.
Right. John Fuller. Not only is John Fuller a straight shooter, he's someone that doesn't speak legalese. He speaks plain English. I mean, seriously, when you talk to John, it's like sitting down with a friend for free legal advice when you need it the most. He's not going to lie to you. He's not going to give you exaggerated opinions, and he knows how to collect if you hire him. And, of course, he only gets paid if you get paid. PersonalInjuryCO.com. Not only a good guy, but great information. 303-597-4500. Someone I trust. PersonalInjuryCO.com.
I'm sorry I missed you going to break there, Tom. You must have learned from the
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, the guy with the car sales contract you guys wanted to see?
Yes.
It's
What's
like
that?
48 pages.
Yeah,
You want me to
Just
email
the
it
first
to you
2
guys?
pages.
Well, how about
Well, yeah,
just
you can
email it?
email it.
We'll go through it. Just email it. It's
I'm
not
gonna
a
call
big
him
deal.
back and get him one for you guys to go
Hey,
over it with.
what
you.
did I do?
Send it to all of us if you would, please.
I'll think about it.
Shannon, when is this spot?
Which one, Mark?
Master.
Masturbator?
I got the best.
I like Master Router. I've never even used it in my life.
Wait.
I told you we had a gym teacher.
Okay, I got to
named
get
Bader.
out of here.
We had a gym teacher named Bader.
Not disturb you.
And he said,
He'd never disturb.
every time I hear
Well.
a joke, the laps go up. Every time anybody makes fun of my name, more laps around the gym.
Okay, hold up.
That used to be the thing.
I just got this last night. Master Router is the best. I'll use them again for my home and investment properties. These are the kind of emails I get constantly. These guys are great. And what happened with this particular one is another company said it was going to be $1,500 to clean out their sewer line. Guess what Master Router charged total? They spent 3 hours out there and it was $273. The other company was charging almost 8 times more. If you need a good plumber, 24/7 emergency service, Master Router. 720-434-3406, 720-434-3406.
I'm serious. I've used these guys.
Oh, they're going out tomorrow morning, Littleton. So we'll have the
So
full
they call
skinny.
apart?
Yeah, we'll have the full skinny. You know, Eric, if you're listening, man, listen, my frustration with you is even when we tell you exactly what happened, there was no reason, there was no benefit for anything to get screwed up. You still don't believe it. And then yesterday you didn't tell me. For what reason would you not tell me that was your old address? My God, I can't imagine why you did that, man.
And why do you pass around that she was fired because of this?
And she wasn't fired.
There goes the credibility.
That's it, and that's the problem.
Well, look, I had no.
So you know what? He's not a wacko. He's a nut. There's a difference.
Well, you know, I have no dog in the fight, and I'm sure Brent's the same way. Just listening
You think
to
you're
this
synonymous?
as an unbiased person, the guy's crazy, right?
Yeah, right.
I
Well,
mean,
he wants to turn something into, you know.
And I thought Brian,
It's the whole conspiracy.
Yeah.
And then here's what he emailed or whatever. The reason he called the cops is because he says Compass kept drafting his account, but Compass didn't draft it.
Travelers did.
Travelers, the insurance company always drafts people. Your agent will never draft your
Right.
account. Now he'll say it's because Compass told them to.
Right.
And he was set up on auto payment. He didn't stop the auto payment in time. Oh, God.
Okay, here's the difference.
You know what this reminds me of? I'll tell you what. I had a complaint come in on Excel Roofing.
Yeah.
Everybody listening, you'll never fucking believe this. Here was a complaint. They threw out my old gutters. They threw them out. They did a new roof and new gutters under the insurance company, and the guy couldn't believe he threw out their 60-year-old gutters. You know why, Brent? Guess why?
Because they really
Because
wanted-
he helped his dad hang those gutters 60 years ago and wanted to keep them for sentimental value. Now, he never told Compass or Excel that.
Right.
They were supposed to fucking know that. And the guy acknowledged that to me. Well, I never told him to tell him. I said, well, if I came home and they did my roof and my old gutters were in my front yard, I'd
I'd be
throw a
pissed.
fucking fit.
You bet. Part of the thing is the haul-away, right?
You can't argue with madness.
No.
So wacko is strictly a noun, whereas nut, you can use it as a noun.
Well, when I call him a nut, I'm calling him like a peanut, a cashew. But a cashew is actually technically a legume.
A legume? Like a peanut.
No, a peanut is a legume.
So it's
No,
cashew.
no.
Yeah.
Do I hear a double?
A double.
No.
A peanut is a
No,
legume.
no,
Double.
no,
Double.
fuck you.
Come on.
No,
double.
you said
You guys seen this?
You
Double.
said it. You accepted too quick.
Peanut is a legume.
That's how you feel someone out on a bet. You throw it out there. If they say yes too quick, you go, no, I don't want it. If they're adamant, then you look good because you win.
It's a bet. I took it as a bet.
Listen, on the calendar, we're going. It's in the middle of March, just for one day, Monday.
Wow.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-8255. One Clear Choice Garage Doors for you. OneClearChoiceDoors.com. This is a great company for emergencies, a broken spring, do you know a spring holds the door down? And the spring holds it up, so when you put it down and you latch it, it makes it easy. You can't even lift the door if you didn't have a spring because it's so heavy. Anyway, so that spring is sprung to leave the door open, and that's why it's so easy to open and close. Anyway, those things are dangerous if they ever get old and broken. Have it inspected or call One Clear Choice for any garage door needs, whether it's the opener or the garage door, 720-370-3987, OneClearChoiceDoors.com. Giles, you're looking for a mobility van, a side-loading mobility van for a wheelchair?
Yes.
What kind of van are you looking for?
Just something that's reliable.
Okay. What do you have now, Giles?
Currently, we have a Dodge Caravan. The doors have rusted out, so they're no longer operable.
Can the van be fixed? Can the one you have be fixed?
According to the body shops we've talked to fix it wouldn't be worth it.
Suzanne, what do you know?
So, Tom, Daphne reached out to Rod Greer with JFR Cars. I talked to him this morning. He has one option available, and he might have another by here in a couple hours. So I'm going to send all his info to Rod Greer at JFR to get that going for him.
Now, you're looking, if I got this correctly, you're looking for a van you can convert, or do you want one that's already converted?
Well, looking at the conversions, they're so darn expensive. I'm trying to find something that's a reasonable price. My brother-in-law's got spina bifida. He's 30 years old, which is way past his life expectancy.
Wow.
And he hasn't had an ability to travel since about Thanksgiving.
Okay. So do you have the mechanism that you can transfer into the new van?
Well, we do have the mechanisms, but the problem is a lot with what I'm finding with the handicap vans is they have to drop the floor and raise the suspension in the vehicles, and it's about a $30,000 conversion.
So obviously it's better to find something that was built for it, or something that has another kind of utility that you can use, or of course a mobility van in and of itself. Are there any commercial vans that are built with lower floors right out the door anyway that people use for other things?
I do not know. I'm not sure on that.
Could you send us a picture, a pic of your current one? And then,
Certainly.
So do you have the wherewithal? Let's say we could find a van. Do you have the money to convert it?
No, I've got about a $15,000 budget, to be honest with you, and I realize that's kind of
that's 15 to buy the van, 15 to buy the van, and to convert it.
Yeah, to be a usable van, I've got 15 grand.
And that includes everything, like the conversion. You said.
Yeah.
Okay.
Correct.
All right, we need to figure something out. Have you considered a GoFundMe site?
I haven't really looked into that too much. Our family's kind of been doing the gathering of the money and so forth to make this happen for them.
Well, you're going to need more than 15 no matter what. No matter how we do this, it's going to take more than 15. Even if we can help people, get people to help, we're going to need to muster up everything we can to get it even within spitting distance of that. That's going to be very difficult.
And that's what I'm finding, and that's what I'm realizing at this point. I'm just trying to – I figured you were the best person to reach out to.
Well, let's put it this way. It can't hurt, right, Giles? I can't promise anything, but let's put this out. You need a good, reliable side-loading van that can be converted, or something that's already converted. I'm going to ask the obvious. Have you gone to the sites already that sell these things, or just cars' websites?
I've contacted probably 17 different ADA mobility van companies throughout the United States.
And
I'm willing to travel. I'm willing to travel anywhere.
Do any of them have used vans?
They do, but they're so high priced, and there's no financing available because of their age.
Okay. All right. Well, if you have some leads, you need to help us. Suzanne, I'd like to have Daphne start this. And I can help her if if we find vans like he's talking about, even if there are some in other parts of the country and he can't get it financed, maybe we can help in that department. So hold on. Let's at least get this file started. You know, people, we have files open on many things that we've been working on. And it's difficult sometimes, you know, to keep them all juggled in the air. But if you need to know about anything, let us know. We give them to our deputies, and then they look at them and try to make them work. 303-713-TALK. Mark?
Guess who's on line 4?
Oh, Bob. Okay.
That's the guy that emailed us.
Okay. I think I ought to give him some time, and I'd like to say to recap it, but so hold on,
Let's
Bob.
not recap it.
No. I mean, I got to recap it shortly, Mark. I mean, people don't know what we're talking about. Hey, Mark, another Mark. What's going on with you, sir?
Yes, I'm calling on behalf of my mom. CenturyLink is not sending her pension checks.
Okay, so have they been sending pension checks, Mark?
Yes, for years.
Okay, so it just suddenly stopped.
Correct.
What is the pension? What kind of pension?
It's just a retirement pension from CenturyLink.
And it is actually from, what is the trustee? What's the trustee's name?
I don't know. I think it comes direct from CenturyLink. It's just
it doesn't. But I need to know if you could help us out. Is she around that she can talk to us directly?
Well, she's on. She can. I can put her on, and she can try to answer a couple of questions real quick.
Or do you have any paperwork?
We just have. I mean, she's been in contact with them. She's faxed them stuff and called them. They just wanted to make sure she wasn't deceased.
All right. Hold on a second. All right. Let's figure out what we need to help you.
This is Denver's talk station.
Damn it, I don't see what kind of Honda was
Yes, sir.
I was hanging out in the hallway to talk to you, and then I was talking to Ed, and then you disappeared. I didn't know where you went.
I don't
You must have a secret entrance back here.
Honda Ridge.
There's two ways back
here. 2019 Honda Ridge. Did they make the Ridge again? What is the Ridge?
It's good.
Isn't that pickup thing?
Yeah.
Oh, they came back with it.
I don't know. It is that pickup.
See
it's
what
like,
those
you
run.
mean like the Avalanche, right? Isn't it like the Avalanche, guys? I think it is.
Let me see how many miles are on.
It'll be interesting, you know, he's looked at vans over the country. What the difference between how much they were, he never said how much they were. If he has 15 and it's only 25, then only needs $10,000.
Yeah, he never mentioned. Okay, hold on.
Retro phone. Kennewick.
You by shopping at Lowe's in store or online.
Otherwise, everything going all right?
For purchases in your Lowe's Advantage card. Do it right for less. Start with Lowe's. Subject to credit approval, cannot be combined with other credit offers. Exclusions apply. See store for details. U.S. only.
I love when I'm doing a commercial about something that is so fantastic. All I have to do is say, look at the video and you'll be sold. The video is on this website. Please look at it. If you're thinking about insulation, Rocky Mountain Retro Foam is fabulous. And they have a special right now, okay? FoamYourWalls.com. You'll see it. It's a space-aged, high-tech injection foam, like a thick shaving cream. It fills every nook and cranny of a wall. I just want to tell you, it's not an epoxy. It's not a spray-on. It's environmentally friendly. Doesn't outgas. It has tremendous R value, but its covering capability is second to none. FoamYourWalls.com. And the most important thing about Rocky Mountain Retro Foam is right now, if you have your house done, it can be done from outside in less than in a day or so. That's from outside the house without disturbing your house. Also, when you have the house done, they'll do the attic portion for 20% off. It's an incredible deal. 720-676-6333. That's 720-676-6333. FoamYourWalls.com.
See, I don't like companies like this.
Like what, Mark?
How old was that guy? He said it. The guy with the car. So here's what they get him. You ready? This is fucking unbelievable. Vehicle protection plan, vehicle care protection, appearance protection. Now you tell me, what the fuck is appearance protection?
Did you add up all this shit?
Almost $8,000. Dent protection.
Okay, we gotta get him out of here.
And what the hell is this
What
one?
dealer
Oh,
sold?
ready for this one?
What dealer?
Tire and wheel protection.
What dealer?
Oh, and windshield protection.
What dealer? Mark, you got to go through each and every one of those.
Law?
This son of a bitch. What is the dealer?
I don't know.
Ed V. The guy's 83 years old, and they're taking advantage of him.
This?
What should say, Rick?
Okay, let's get it down to business, guys.
AutoNation.
What's new?
Oh my God, it's
I just need to know what to talk
It's
about.
AutoNation.
30-year fixed rate is 3.5.
It's AutoNation. I can't fucking believe it.
I don't care. We're going to talk about the deal, okay? We can talk about the deal and say we're going to get a hold of the dealer. How about that?
Yeah.
Which one is it? Where is it?
I'm going to print the first 3 pages first. God, I can't believe it.
We need to get this consumer back up when we get a chance for the car deal, the old guy. Not.
I want to know what his trade was worth. I see what they gave him for.
What did they give him?
They gave him about $5,000, but what was it worth? What was it? So we could look it up.
Well, it must say what the car was.
Yeah, but what does that mean in old Honda?
What does it say? It doesn't say the car's in New York?
What's that? No, it doesn't. In fact, honestly,
God, I know they would sell that. $8,000 worth of stuff. Holy cow.
to an 82-year-old. Shame on him.
83. He's even older.
I'm sure they said, oh, you'll never have to worry about anything.
Right.
God, I can't believe it. I mean, I don't know what they didn't sell them. I've never even heard of the one. They must have made this up. Appearance protection. What the fuck is appearance?
The stuff on the outside, the mop and roll on the outside. I'm sure that's what that is.
Vehicle protection plan, $35.99. Vehicle care. Okay, what's vehicle care?
Wow.
Vehicle care, $422. Appearance protection, $1,099.
Wow.
Dent protection, $999.
No idea what that is.
For tire and wheel protection,
All of that adds
$619. Windshield protection, $499.
Wow.
$7,564.20 in mop and glove.
How much is it all?
$7,564.20.
Where is the deal? Where is it?
Yeah.
What do you mean, where is
I
it?
mean, which one is it?
AutoNation Honda.
I'll just show you. That's what I do. I put the
Westminster.
you fix it. So Frank, you're the last hour.
You know what pisses me off?
Everything.
Almost like you in that Bentley back. If they did that to my 82-year-old parents, I'd fucking drive that car through their goddamn.
Ask him nicely to undo this deal and to do it the right way.
Actually, Deputy Doc, will you do that?
Well, hold on. Okay. We need the strong.
Would you like?
I mean, this
Hold on,
is
do we
bullshit.
do this anyhow and stuff?
I think we got it right, man. I don't know what else we could do.
I think I got everything.
I think everything you could have in there is perfect, really. Yeah.
If you ever think of something that you would like to jazz it up or whatever.
You know what would be a great thing, Tom, for you to do? Train people to go with people to buy cars.
How does it?
We've got it back
like you too, man. Except I don't ever want to play you for money with.
Well, here's your. Check it out.
The problem was
Right there. There's all your fucking mopping.
What's this law?
That I don't know. Here's all I know is seller right there.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-8255. We got to talk about this. I want to get to it here. And Mark says this pension check's not coming. We need information. We need an account number. We need a trustee. We need the last statement they got or the last check. Suzanne, if you can have them send us that stuff, it would be wonderful. And so in order to get started on it, we need some basic information. But here's what it is. CenturyLink stopped sending the check, the pension check. So we just need account numbers or the last check, something, a check stub, anything we can get. All right, here's what happened. Let me explain this with Compass Insurance because it's driving us crazy. Compass Insurance Group was doing an insurance checkup for this guy, all right? And what they did is they said, stay where you are. Your homeowners looks good at Travelers. So he stayed at Travelers. This is Eric. They said, we'll change the broker of record, but stay there. So they, meanwhile, sent him a change of broker sheet generated by their computer. They printed it out. They put in his name, printed it out because he had been in the system from a few years ago when he had a policy with them. it generated the old address on that. So when Travelers got the change of brokerage, it also showed a different address. So they canceled his old homeowner's insurance and reissued a new one at the new address. Meanwhile, the premium went up $500. When he saw that the premium had gone up $500 and started making an inquiry and saw that the address had changed, he concluded that they purposely changed the address to purposely generate a new policy, to purposely get a higher commission. However, there was no incentive to do that. First, they wouldn't get more commission. Second, they wouldn't be paid a commission at all if the policy was canceled. And there was no incentive whatsoever. And had it stayed exactly where it was at the old address, his premium would have gone up higher. So if their goal was a higher premium, they didn't have to go through all these conniptions to change an address. I saw no incentive why Compass would go through all this trouble. And I made it a point of saying, however, Eric is not a nut. And I would have questions, too, if my premium went up $500 and my address was different. I would have questions. But those questions were easily answered by Compass. The address they had was from an old policy he used to have with them, and there was no financial incentive to do anything. And the notion that they would purposely write a brand new policy that he claims they would have canceled a few days later once they got the big commission on it, and all of this sounds like way too much of a plot to me. And so we thought, you know what, this really didn't happen. And by the way, we verified with Travelers that it was an address that he had before, and that's something Eric conveniently didn't tell us. There were some other indications that Eric wasn't playing with a full deck. He called Castle Rock police on him and claimed that not only did they break the law, he wanted the police to arrest him. What else did he do?
Well, the main thing is people have to understand. I talked to this guy off the air for a half hour trying to get this figured out. No matter what you tell this guy, it doesn't matter.
Okay, so he calls the police, and he also called the insurance commissioner. None of them found anything wrong.
Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why he called the police. He called the police because Travelers had him set up on auto pay. So every month on his old policy, you know, they would take out whatever. When he canceled because he didn't want to deal with any of this anymore, they said, that's fine, but your next auto pay is still going to go through. Then we'll refund you. So we called the police on Compass and Travelers because the auto pay attempted.
So now Bob says we can't be trusted after dealing with this. Go ahead, Bob.
Hello, Tom. Mark.
We're here. Why can't we be trusted, Bob?
No, I didn't say you can't be trusted.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's what the call screen says there. I'm sorry. What did you want to say?
No, well, I had some plumbing issues, so I consulted the referral list and contacted one company. They came out, did some work, and again, I want to emphasize the technicians involved. Everybody was fine. Everybody's professional.
Mm-hmm. What was the problem?
The issue. The problem is I had a kitchen drain that I got home from work on Friday, and the kitchen drain, or on Friday for lunch or whenever, it doesn't matter. The kitchen drain was backing up.
Is this the guy, by the way, Mark, is this the guy that wrote us the email, or is this someone else?
I thought this was the guy that wrote an email about 10 minutes ago.
In your email, you said directly because of how we treated this guy with Compass.
Now that I think about it.
No, that's not me.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, Bob. I had you mixed up. I'm sorry. Let's just take this as a fresh problem. Okay, so you called the guy. What happened?
Well, okay, and I've got emails that I've sent to Mark.
What's the problem, though? You didn't tell us what the problem was.
Okay, here's the problem. Okay, so they offered a window of 12 to 2. The technician didn't show up until Friday evening, about 6:30, 7 o'clock.
Now,
I know who this is.
Okay, so they didn't. Did they show up? Did they show up not only late, but was it another day?
Look, it was an understandable mistake when their dispatcher read the phone number back. She had the wrong number.
Okay.
So not a problem. So I was offered two options. You got a kitchen problem. He said you really need to use high pressure jet to clean this, but I can snake it. Here's the issue. The cost that they were going to charge was I'm looking at the invoice on my screen. $1,536 with a $400 coupon, bringing the price to $1,136. To which I said, "No way, I'm not going to do that." So he said, "Well."
And by the way, I wouldn't either.
And this is a company on your referral.
Okay, well, Bob, I wouldn't either. I wouldn't spend that for that job. I'm not saying they're dishonest. I wouldn't pay the price. There are plenty of people.
Nothing dishonest.
Yeah.
Nothing dishonest was done here.
But I want to tell you something that I have all day long on the referral list. I shop around, and I base my opinions based on a lot of things, but I absolutely believe that there are different pricing structures in the same category for the same work. All right, keep going.
Yes, but I agree, Tom. I agree. But so when he left, the drain still backed up. So Saturday morning,
but you didn't have him do the work.
I'll try another company on the referral list. I called Master Routers.
Bob, may I just you're telling a story, and I just need to make absolutely sure I'm getting it. You said when they left, it was still backed up. They didn't do anything, right?
Yeah, he left. It seemed to be running.
But did he do the work for you?
Yes, he did. He snaked out the drain.
Okay, and charged you $1,100 and something?
No, I think what happened is the snake.
That's if I would have gone for the power jet option.
Okay.
This option was $274.
Okay, so you had it snaked. You had it snaked for $274. I get it.
He left that evening. I ran some water. It backed up again.
Okay.
So Saturday morning, I called Master Routers on a whim.
Yeah.
From your referral list.
Right.
And the dispatcher said they'll do a free estimate, and we can have a guy there. He's not far. He'll be there in an hour.
That was Master Routers. Here's what I want to know, though.
It's $185 an hour.
Why didn't you ask?
I can do this in an hour.
Why didn't you ask the other guy if you had already paid him $274 to snake your drain and it backed up the next day? Why didn't you call him back and say, "I want you to make this good"?
Why, Tom? He was pretty upfront. He said, "You really need to have this power jetted, but I'll snake it. But I'm just going to tell you, it probably won't be effective." But I went with that anyway, knowing that.
Okay.
No, and so he left. What was my option? Okay, do the $1,200. No way. I'm not going to do that. So Master Router came out Saturday morning and said, and he said exactly the same thing, same diagnosis. You really need to have this power jetted. So I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop, and I can do it. This is him speaking, their technician.
Yeah.
$185 an hour, and I can do it in an hour. And he did it. He hit an obstruction. He snaked it 75 feet, just like the other company had done.
Right.
He hit some obstructions, pulled it out, got it clear. The drain was running then, but let's do the pressure jet anyway. Total bill like $284. He just left because his machine broke down.
Did you just say the total job was $284?
Snaking at 75 feet. And the high-pressure jet was $284.
Good. And the other guy charged $274, and you didn't.
Just
and it did. Right. I understand. Right. Because had you had the same work done by the first company, it would have been like around $1,500-$1,600. This guy did it all for $284. That's the point you're making. Is that the real difference?
That's my point.
The real difference wasn't $10. The real difference would have been like $800 or so, or more, $1,000.
Exactly
Right. So you did.
Yeah, so I'm not. I'm just saying to you, you should be aware of this.
No, we are aware of it. We are aware of it.
Huge disparity.
Well, there is.
And that's why I rely, and I'm sure most homeowners.
Hold on, we have to take a break. Hold on, Bob. I'm going to ask you to hold on, please.
I
thought that was the guy that emailed us.
That was Michael.
Hey, Mark, that's a great endorsement for your Master Router commercial.
But the big thing here is that they have different pricing structures.
Yeah.
They go by the hour, Master Router.
Right.
This guy might have done it, charged the same thing, and would took all day.
They might go by book price. They do. Patriot goes by book pricing.
So that's
this much for this.
It really is an apple to a
They're also, he didn't mention their name. They're also one of the most expensive companies I've ever seen ever.
A lot of them are, but they also have a lot more vans. They also do a lot more.
I don't know what to say. There are people that are more expensive than others. I don't know what to say.
What happens if it would have taken 6 hours?
What do we?
You know what though? They were up front. They were up front and good. I mean, that's why I always use Master Router. But honest to God, I mean, they were up front.
15 way get found fast. Perfect for you. And because they live in your community,
Guys, we need
you can always count on them to be there
God
when you need them
Almighty.
most. Plus, when you bundle home and auto, you can save. So call your local Allstate agent today. Are you in good hands?
It's going to be a good show.
GetFoundFast.com is the place that gives you marketing for your business, and it's a real deal. So many people promise search engine optimization. This is directed toward businesses. If you want results, go with a company to get your results. We have verified they have gotten results where the other ones just BS. Serious, okay? We tried the others, the so-called whatevers, and this is the company that works. GetFoundFast.com.
Can you look up what this other vehicle's worth, Dan?
What do you have?
A 19 Ridgeline. I'm assuming it's brand new.
19, what do you mean 19?
A 2019 Honda Ridge. How much do they go for?
Well, 2019? That's only last year.
I know. I need to know the KBB on it. And then, I don't know, is this guy still on, the guy with the car?
I had to twist this guy's arm to come on the air, but Mark, it's right. It's up your alley. Tom, it's up your alley, too, of course. So the guy with the still building, he asked them, the still building people, hey, this is where I live, high winds, will this work? Puts his deposit down. Then they come back and say, the city of Loveland says this won't work.
Right,
so now we need you to, now we need you to put down more of a deposit for a different building.
Right, and you need more engineering. They do
Who's
it
the
all
company?
the time.
It's not who ours.
I guarantee it's not
ours.
Who is it?
Let me just
I
tell
can
you
go
something.
get the name, I forget.
Let me tell you something.
But I had to twist this guy's
They
arm to
all
come
have
on.
the same goddamn
Is it
story.
BS that they won't give him his refund, his deposit?
I'll bet you they also told
Tom
me.
just really spelled it out the way it is. It's the fucking industry.
Now,
although I'll disagree a little, some of them are way the fuck worse, like
Now,
General Steel.
Now listen, oh, that's the word. Now listen, I'll bet you he told the guy, we happen to have a building on the ground that the guy put a deposit down and couldn't take delivery.
See if Sunward will come on just to talk about it. I want to see if they'll admit they wouldn't do it.
Sunward or Great Western?
Great Western wouldn't. Actually, Great
Sunward
Western.
is not the company.
You know what? Get Great Western.
We don't care the company.
No. Get Great Western.
Okay, I gotta leave here in a minute, so Dad's taking over.
Get Great Western. I want to put him on the spot.
Who?
He's on the referral list.
It's not him though, just so you know.
I know it's not him.
Okay.
I want to know how he would handle
What's
it.
his name? Eric or is it Eric or Seth?
I want Eric, not
Do
Seth.
you have Eric's phone number? Can you send that to me real quick?
If you've been hurt, you want to leave.
I want you to drill him.
First, that's Bell and Pollock. Hi, it's Mandy, and after getting to know these guys, I'm confident that you and your case.
I'm saying right now, I don't think this company would ever do it.
They've been helping injured Colorado families for over 30 years, and they're just really nice guys. Get the right representation you can feel good about with Bell and Pollock. Call them.
This is amazing, though.
The car thing, or
It is absolutely crazy. Doc, would you actually go in there, call the guy, and figure out what the trade-in is so we can look up the value of it?
Sure.
Because it's nowhere. The only thing on this contract is $1. There's no day it says trade-in $5,000.
He bought a 2019 Ridgeline. Is that what you said?
What?
Are you looking at that sales contract?
What do you mean $1, Mom? What do you mean $1?
No. We're looking at the car sales contract.
What do you mean $1?
48 pages. Yeah, he didn't answer. I was going to try him again.
What time?
What do you mean $1? You said the only thing on there is $1.
No. It doesn't. No, a dollar amount. It doesn't show what the trade-in was. It just says $1 amount, $5,000.
Oh,
it doesn't say what is traded.
I see. Doc, just to clarify, we want to know the kind of car, the
year, make, model, and mileage.
We want to know year, make, model, and mileage.
So $36,000 for a Ridgeline Sport.
What's that?
36 for Honda Ridgeline Sport, 2019 new.
Wrong guys, this is like.
There's 7 G's of stuff in it.
What?
7564 mop and glow.
The one I just can't.
See, some days
it's still not as bad as the one Harley dealer. Double, 12 grand for the bike, 11.9 for fucking mop and glow.
How do they even get that finance though? Like that's the other thing. I mean,
that's a great question.
How's that get financed?
Maybe they hold the.
Hey, they look at the. Yeah, but even still, like why? Yeah.
Might have internal finance.
Yeah, that's a good question.
I don't know.
But I still say that on anything. The car industry in general, if you look at MSRP, it'll go from 50,000 and they'll sell them all day at 29. How do they fucking finance those normal deals?
Right, I know.
Well, hold on now. I think the dealers, in many of these cases, take recourse.
Yeah. So they're saying we guarantee the loan for X amount?
It really works. I apply it as soon as I have one. Purpose and L also.
He's not answering, so we're hoping he's not in his car coming down here.
That's beautiful.
Why would he be in his car?
Oh, because that's what Suzanne said that's what he wanted to do.
81-year-old man, if you can put that too.
83-year-old.
83-year-old. Poor guy, keep making him younger.
I'm sure he doesn't mind that.
This is a beautiful orange and blue warehouse 2 blocks south of Alameda on La Pan. So you go west on Alameda from the interstate, go south on La Pan, buyandbuild.net below
here it is.
pricing, cabinets,
Forklift.
countertops, vanities, and they offer installation now at ridiculously low prices. 303-295-6022, buyandbuild.net.
Hey,
The last chance
Ed?
to win some extra cash? Well, it's a new year.
Yeah, Ed?
Another 16
Yeah.
chances a day to
Ed?
$1,000. It's the 16
Poor guy.
Weekdays 4 a.m. to 8
Okay, got it.
Denver's Talk Station 630 KHOW.
Hi, I'm Tom Martino. Listen, Bob's got hi, I'm Tom Martino. Bob's got an observation. He called 2 companies on the referral list. I thank him for calling them at referrallist.com. And I want to know if anyone has suggestions because no one that I know of that has a list. And I was the first and the original, so I should be better. But no one has price control. So I don't control price. I control ethics and honesty. We try, of course, and we only have the best of the best. And we truly do police that and say what you do what you say, contracts and all that, and insurance and all of the legal stuff so you don't get screwed by somebody who takes money and runs. But Bob had 2 people come out. One guy snaked for $274 and said, I can't guarantee anything. You really need a water jet. And that would cost about $1,000 basically. So basically, if he wanted it done, both some snaking and water jetting, it would have been about $1,200-1,300. Then he calls, and that was Patriot Pros. Then he calls, and the reason I say is, look, I have nothing to hide. I swear to God, I have nothing to hide. If you can't be honest, forthright, and transparent, then you're no good. So it was Patriot Pros. He was kind. He wasn't mentioning it. If that's their pricing, then that's their pricing. Then he calls Master Router, another good company. And they did the water jetting and the snaking and all of that for $284. He's saying, my God, there's like $1,000 difference. He's right. I don't know why, and I can't say it's wrong. I can tell you, though, Bob, that other people are going to have higher prices too, and some will have, I don't think you'll ever get lower than this, but you're going to have a variation of prices if you called everyone on the referral list. So my question, what do I do? No, and I'm serious now. This is fully transparent. You're on the air. We don't try to keep people off the air. I'm asking you now, what would you do? Would you require that everyone on your list have the same price?
Well, no, of course not. But
what would you do?
Again,
what would you do?
Dishonest here. I'm simply saying how the price discrepancy. Patriot Pros charging first of all,
I don't, but Bob, it's not fair to single them out. There might be other. It's not fair to single them out. There might be other companies that also would be.
They're the only example that I have.
You're right.
Looking at the invoice.
So here's what I'm saying.
I would just say, how can they justify that?
I think sometimes people charge, Tom, and we know this, by the job, meaning you use the example of going out to Home Depot and buying a light switch.
Right.
Compared, and that might be $200 to install. If it was by the hour, of course, it would be a lot cheaper. It just depends how companies actually price.
But Bob, I think shopping around is the answer. I mean, you give the example, and Mark and I decided, by the way, we're going to have more tips on the referral list on shopping around. Now, not everything is, by the way, price, but it is important.
If you've been charged with a didn't ask.
Yeah.
How much?
I don't know. I'm looking it up.
2009 Honda Ridgeline with 50,000
very low
miles.
mileage.
Hey, Mark, you know what you want to do? I got a great business for you. For $100, you have people go with people who are going to buy a car.
No way.
And you act as their
Are you
representative.
kidding me?
People do that all the time.
Do they?
Yeah.
We have a guy in all the time that does that.
It's one of the largest businesses there is.
Well, you can call somebody up and they'll go with you to buy.
Absolutely.
I didn't know
do it all the
that.
time. And here's the problem. You have variations in that.
These are in my bag, but I'm going to put them in this drawer. So if you ever need them,
He's not going to know anything.
In fact, that's good to know.
Which one should
then
I
I'll wear
pick?
those. But
They're all the same engine. Let's pick lowest price to be fair. Lowest price.
I didn't know there was such a service.
Yes.
Really?
They're buyer brokers, absolutely, and they're good. The ones that we have now, there used to be only a few, but now they're all over the place.
I didn't know that.
Now they do a lot. Now here, they will do sourcing the car as well,
Yeah.
or they'll go with you. Some of them.
If he's 83, I mean, I'm going to
know,
just put
Mark,
good, not very good, not excellent.
Mark, Doc might have a point on one thing here. I'm not sure how many pure counselors we have anymore that do that. We used to have a few, but I think most of them now will actually, you tell them what you want, they go out and
It's
find
probably
it
fair,
and
I
shop
guess.
with you. But I'm not sure how many just go with
just
you.
going off of what? Wait, this
where
didn't even
you
have
wanna go.
mileage.
Right.
This is all funky.
They think it's a waste of time, and I know
Here,
why.
you do it. What do you
It
find?
evolved, and here's why.
I never asked for mileage.
They were going with people, but then they
I
were
might
saying to
win.
people,
This might be
why'd you
looking-
waste my time going here? These guys,
I don't want to.
they're always hired, and they won't work with us. In other words, they started developing people that they know will work with them. So why bother, like, if you want to go to 3 dealers, and they're, like, they're not even close to being some of the better
I use Middle Road
dealers for that
So,
car.
Tom, they gave him basically what was
They
it?
gave him half the trade-in value.
Oh my
Trade-in.
God. They couldn't have fucked this guy more, could they?
Wait, where is the trade-in? They gave him $5,700. Trade-in is between trade-in.
That's private party. This is trade-in. 97
You know,
to
I'm
11.
Trade-in is 97 to 11.
Wow.
Somebody could just sue them for unconscionability.
I don't know if that's unconscionable. Honest to God,
It's unconscionable, but it may not be illegal. That's
I don't
the
know if
difference.
it's. I don't even know if I do.
Here's
use the
something
word
else. Here,
unconscionable.
I'll go just instant cash offer. That'll be really low. Oh wait. Say here,
Put in your credit card number.
Gotta do that? Oh shoot.
Give me your info.
Okay. Let's see here. Brent, what was that?
No, Frank. Frank wants to do it.
You're
Not
going
me.
to call them, right?
We have a backline. I'm going to email the main guy
Is it
first.
Joe?
Steve.
You know what? I'll tell the guy. I'll give him $7,000 for this car. Not even looking at it.
Well, it's already gone.
This rip
Dan.
You didn't do it?
No, without even looking at it, I would too. You kidding? That's a 10 thing. If trade-in is roughly 10 or more, I mean that's a fucking $14,000 vehicle.
They just fucked this guy. Let's
They
call
did.
it like it is.
Here, sign here. Well, what is this?
If we went and did a Facebook Live with this guy, the GM saying, we want to know if you're proud of this deal, let's tell everyone about it.
Yeah. So really, if you did all the mop and glow,
If we did that,
all that
Mark,
and that,
would they hold that
easily
against?
12 grand.
Would they hold that
12 grand
against?
high.
If I went as an individual and did that with him, would they hold it against iHeart?
Yes.
Why? If I did it totally
Because they
around.
can. What do you mean? What do you mean why? Come on. Of course they would. Of course they would. Not a doubt.
I think you're forgetting I think you're forgetting the Ford video I did was all these people.
Yeah, but you didn't do the video.
Automation Honda.
I posted the video.
I
overlaid the.
But you
trust
did
me,
it.
I did the video.
On the show. You did it as a result of the show. You didn't just post that on your social media.
No, of course not. Not just for the hell of it.
No, but
Buddy, I used to run it forever. Now
on the show side, if you did it on your own individual account.
My point is, on Saturday,
from there to
Tim's
Lexus,
boss's boss
Lexus
called me
to
at my
Larry
fucking
Trump.
house.
And that's KBB trading value, but it is trading value.
I know the guy who runs
If
the
you as
Chevy
an
store.
individual, or Suzanne, or
Big
Daphne
friend of mine.
on their social media site or your social media
That's
site,
like 83
do you
years
think
old.
the same thing would have happened? If you never took the call on the air.
You mean, do I think it would have went viral, or they would have called?
His car he traded
They would have never called.
1,000 miles on.
Would they have held it against
Why
us?
did he trade it?
No, because
It
I
was,
don't think there'd be a connection back
10
to
years
either
older.
in this
So he
circumstance
wanted
you
to
just
get a new
gave.
car, I suppose.
I don't think 2 and 2 would ever
It
end
wasn't
up.
Ridgeline to Ridgeline.
I know what you're saying, though.
And here's the bad thing about
But
it.
to
With
answer your
older guys,
question,
on
yes.
These new cars, there's so much stuff to get used to.
Yes.
I don't know
Sure. Hopefully they take care of it, though. I'll email them.
It'll take them a year to get used
Then
to
we'll
all the
decide how
bells
to
and
handle it.
whistles on that.
It's terrible.
And I think that's fair. When we have a back line to somebody way up in the company, we send it to them. Let's see what they do. If they don't want to do it, let's reconvene, and then let's plow forward. Hey, look, that Harley dealer, how'd that work out? They refunded every fucking bit of it, didn't they? We took a lot of heat and shit, but they fucking refunded every bit. That's what matters.
Well, they tried to screw her over badly with the title.
We're talking about something else.
Yeah, no, with the title on the motorcycle.
No, it's a different Harley.
Oh, different Harley dealer.
Yeah. These guys sold a brand new Sportster for $12 grand. The entire price out the door financed was $24,000. Wow. They doubled it up with mopping gloves. I bet the sales manager was buying beers that night. I'm serious, man.
Well, here's another thing: is that he was a kid. The kid should have known, right?
He was a veteran.
He was a
not a veteran.
No, he was active Afghanistan, home for a week, and bought the bike the week he was home.
Again, he should have been versus this 83-year-old.
Dan, I'm not saying the guy wasn't a fucking moron.
Right. But versus this, an 83-year-old.
But the guy's out also fighting for our fucking country.
This is what really gets me. This 83. He doesn't even know.
I don't see age. Unlike him, I don't see color, age, accent, dumbness, stupidity, or flaws. I don't see flaws.
I looked up, Mark, your actual name, and it says you are Lagoon.
Oh, boy. You're not a nut. You're a lagoon.
Do you remember that? Where was that on?
You don't remember that?
Lagoon.
Yeah.
Lagoon.
Where's it from?
Hey, can I get you on the air? Okay.
Was it like in season?
Nope, you'll get to listen to the call, but it's going to be, honest opinion. Hold on, I'm going to have Daphne call you at this number.
A guy was talking about George Washington.
And we still get that guy with the CenturyLink checks.
His life
Is he going to send us information?
You know the pin is Lagoon. It's when they went out to someplace for a party, and George took the one girl home, and they had to wait for Kramer to come and get him.
Oh, that was like one of the probably first 3 seasons of it. Yeah. Remember the one where we had the big puffy jacket, right?
Yes. He broke down all the alcohol.
I know.
Hi, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. We have many cases pending if you're listening. This hour brought to you by RealCBDThatWorks.com. If you put in the code Martino and the promo code, the coupon, you get 20% off genuine pharmaceutical-grade CBD products that work. RealCBDThatWorks.com. That promo code, Martino, gets you 20% off, and that's only for February. But it's really a great deal. RealCBDThatWorks.com. Okay, so we've had a lot of pending cases, okay? First, we get a guy that bought a car, and what we added up was $8,000 in extras in service contracts and protection for the paint, protection for the fabric, protection for the windshield, protection for this, protection for that. He's in his 80s. Also given $5,000 on his vehicle, which has an average trade-in value, conservatively, of $10,000. They gave him half the value of the trade. and then added $8,000 in extras on that. You see, is that legal? Of course it is. Just like all kinds of things are legal. Like, for example, we just heard from a guy who went to our referral list and had 2 members give him a bid. Well, two, he had a clogged drain. Here's how it worked. And he went to the first guy and said, I have a clogged drain. And he said they were honest, professional, forthright, Patriot pros. They're good people, by the way, good people. And they said, look, we'll snake this out. And they said right up front, we do not think it's going to work. We think it needs to be water jetted. To water jet it would be about $1,300. And with discounts, he could get it down to $1,100. He said the snake would be just $274. So he had the snaking done. In a day it came back, it was still clogged, or it started flowing slowly again. So this time he calls Master Rooter. And they said, you know what? You really need jetting, water jetting. And he said, yeah, I was told that before. They said, well, let's try to do it. And they did the water jetting, and then they also did snaking. They did both. The entire bill was $284. So he calls me and says, Tom, our entire bill was $284. And he did both snaking and water jetting. And the other one was $274 for just snaking. What should I do? And he said, what do you think? And I said, you know what? I wish I had a magic wand. I don't know what to do. I know that we have good quality people on the referral list. I'm totally transparent. But there is going to be difference in pricing. Some people will tell you they do it better. Some people will tell you they have better insurance, better background, better vans, better this, better that, and they will be around for 1,000 years to take care of any problems, and it's all true probably, right? I can't tell you why some people charge more than others, nor can I control it. Am I supposed to say, in order to be on the referral list, this must be your price for this? Then if I'm going to get into that, I may as well get into everything. This must be your price for that. This must be your price for this. I have Brent Ivinson, Ideal Home Loans, with me. Brent, pricing on loans. Are there big differences in pricing on loans when you go out to buy a loan? You are buying a loan technically. Yeah. You're paying for it. But when you get a loan, there is different pricing or not?
Yeah, I mean, it varies some, but not, we're dealing with a commodity that's set by the market, so there's not a ton of variation. Now, there can be a big variation in costs in what people charge. We do see that from time to time. Yeah, for sure. The rate, though, no.
No, not the rate, but in cost. So if I go in to get a loan, and I get a loan for X, and I get it from Ideal, and I get it from another guy, and I get it from another guy. 3 different ones. Yeah. It could be Ideal. Your costs could be where? In the middle, sometimes lower, sometimes higher.
We've had the same cost structure. We're pretty much down the middle most of the time.
But what dictates it?
That's just what our structure is. We look at what it costs for underwriting price.
But you have to be sensitive to competitors.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. Definitely. Yeah.
All right. So here, though, in a car deal, like, for example, when they add, like we said, $8,000 on there and give him half for a trade, that's a guy that he didn't shop.
Right.
He's 83 years old.
Why can't you – I know you guys would never do this, but why can't a mortgage lender, if the going rate's 3.5, why can't you charge 5.5? Or you can?
Well, you can.
Okay.
You can. And what we see is when there's a variation in fee, let's say really, really low fees, they're typically charging a much higher interest rate, and they're making money that way.
Well, somebody's going to make somewhere money. But we talk about Simply Floors, for example. I don't want to do a commercial for them, but I'm just saying they take less profit, so they're cheaper. People buy product at the same price pretty much. Frank Duran with commissions. There are people that don't pay, that say pay half commission, a 2% flat fee. What do you do about that? They're less than you are.
They're all over the place, Tom, but the question is the credibility.
Of course, Frank. Sure. Well, here's the bottom line. You save people way more than that, or make them more, depending on what side of the transaction. But how do you get people to see that? How do you get people to believe in quality versus the cheapest?
Tom, we show them our actual sales, and I'll give you a quick one. I had a property he wanted $670,000 for it. I showed him where to price it strategically. We ended up selling it for $708. He fell out of his seat. He couldn't believe it.
No, and another guy may have charged less commission, but not gotten near as much.
Right.
We don't know. And here's the deal. You have to have trust. That's why I have trust in my referral list. But I can't tell you that the jetting done by one company for $1,000 is going to be that much better than the jetting done by another company for $200.
Well, in that case, it didn't matter. You clear the line, and it's cleared.
Yeah.
So, of course, there is no difference.
People, you shop around no matter where you go.
That's why we always say get 2 or 3 estimates on anything.
There's nothing wrong with that. 303-713-TALK. And then compare more than just price. Okay? Compare more than just price. Compare warranties. Compare brand names if the product has a brand name, and sometimes that's a difference. Compare all of that stuff. Will the company be around to service it and take care of it? Okay, Bob, what's going on with you, Bob? Welcome. What's happening?
I think it was in December. I was looking to buy a garage. Put up a garage, and a steel building was my choice.
Okay, so what happened?
So I saw an ad on TV that looked.
Yeah, just get right to it. Who did you go to? Let's get to the problem. I don't need to know that part. You got a steel building, and you don't feel like the steel went down properly. Here's what I want to know, though, because there are tricks in the steel building business that everyone uses. And let me tell you what they are, and I want to know if any of them happened with you. One of the things they do, a lot of steel building dealers call themselves manufacturers. They say you're buying directly from the factory. And the way they justify that is sometimes they own a tiny bit, less than 1% of the factory, and the factory allows them to do that in order to call themselves a manufacturer. That's one of the tricks they use. Another trick, did he ever represent himself as a manufacturer? That's not it. Okay, you think about it. Here's the big deal. I want to get to your problem, but I want to tell the tricks. Another one, when you call and you say, I'm looking for a garage, let's say it's 50 by 60 or whatever. They say, you know what? We just happen to have one of those buildings on the ground because somebody put a deposit down and canceled. We can make you a great deal. That's another trick they do. The other trick they do is they give you a price and then later on come back and say, oh, that didn't include windows and doors, or that didn't include an overhang, or that didn't include XYZ, and you have to pay more. So now that I've laid those out for people listening, tell me about the problem you had. You called to buy a building. Did you buy it?
Yeah, I put a deposit down.
How much?
$2,000.
Okay, and then what?
And the last 2 scenarios that you just gave fit what I'm experiencing. The first thing that I mentioned to these people on the phone, and this is the first time I talked to them, was that we lived in an area with heavy snow load and high wind. And they said, well, we have this building similar to your second scenario that, we can give you a discount on. And I said, will it work in our area considering a heavy snow load and high wind? And they said yes.
And Bob, the only thing that matters is whatever the contract said. Did you put down $2,000? Did they deliver the building?
No, not yet. No.
Good. What happened then? What happened that gave you pause? That's what I'm going to need to know coming right up.
It's Ross Kaminsky.
Mornings at 5.
21 years ago, Bill Clinton gave his penultimate State of the Union speech during his Senate impeachment trial, and now President Trump...
I need a 43.5 by 16 with an oval top. You'll never guess what.
Buyandbill.net. they have a new location and a slightly different way of doing business. Buy and build kitchen and bath. They still have the wholesale or below wholesale cabinets, vanities, granite, tile, hardwoods, plumbing, and electrical, but they also do installation. And they have a big, beautiful new building at 560 South Lipan. That's 560 South Lipan, 303-295-6022. A great place to send your contractor or go yourself, buyandbuild.net.
Dude, look at these. Look at these. These things are selling with 250,000 miles for $9 grand.
Ridgeline?
2002 Ridgeline, 14,100. This guy got just bent
Ridgelines
over.
are very popular. Very popular.
I bet his bowels are loose.
His what?
His bowels.
You know what? This is sad.
No, they
Mark,
easily.
you know how I get with these things. They just really piss me off, and that's why I'm happy you're gonna fucking lean.
We're gonna find out if I already made sure. I'm checking and making sure
Thank
that.
you. This is important. I just don't like it.
All right. I said you could have just got easily.
Doesn't it piss you off when you hear about stuff?
Well, it's the same, yeah.
$7 grand cash.
Let me tell you something, guys. If you want to see a story about justice, Netflix has these new incredible true crime documentaries now.
Huh.
You want to mark? I'm going to tell you something on Netflix. You know how I knew it was good? When Stephanie binged it all the way through. She couldn't
What's
stop.
the name of the? What's the name
Don't
of the?
fuck with cats.
Yeah.
You go,
It was a great show.
Did you see it, Mark?
Yeah, it was great. It's
Oh,
on Netflix.
My God, did you see it from beginning to end? And the ultimate end, right?
Say it again.
You saw beginning to end, all 3 parts, right?
We watched the entirety of it.
So it's called Don't Fuck with Cats.
Oh yeah. Oh my God.
All right.
I don't want to give it away.
It's amazing how they
It's
kept
a true life story.
how they kept following them.
Oh my God! Don't give it away.
I'm not giving it away, but it's well. Here's the you got to at least know what it's about. Some wacko online. I forget if it was Facebook or whatever. And this is true. Post a video of him suffocating and killing cats, literally killing cats,
little babies.
So all these cat lovers get together and they want to track down who it is, and they want to stop it. That's what it's about.
Okay.
But where it goes
is
way
crazy.
Cool.
Way more.
Well, here's a hint. What do they say about serial killers before they move on to humans?
Right.
There's your
They
hint.
torture animals.
There's your hint.
But
That's why you got to watch Mindhunters.
I watch Mindhunters.
Isn't that a great series?
I love it. I think, I tell you, man, I don't think there's a good series I haven't seen. Please recommend some to me.
Did you see the new Pope?
No. Oh, good. I heard about it.
Is
it
it good?
It's great.
Is it a series?
Wait. Did you see the young Pope?
No.
Okay. The young Pope is this great thing. With
Is it a movie?
It's Netflix. It's a series. It's
Both
called
of them are
the
series.
Young Pope.
I never heard of the Young Pope.
Where Judd Law
Okay, let me put this
plays
down.
this young American Pope.
Don't tell me.
Well, I'm just saying that transforms the Vatican. And in the second series, the new Pope takes up where he's in a coma, and now they're trying to figure out what the hell to do about a Pope.
So they're both.
You pray for him.
How many parts are they?
Well, the new Pope is like a 7 or 8 part series.
Okay, don't tell me.
The young watch the young Pope, and then watch the new
I'm
Pope.
putting it down.
You got to watch the young Pope with Judd Law.
Who plays the new Pope?
Well, that's where John Malkovich.
Yeah, that's who. I love Malkovich.
So you got to watch the young Pope, and then watch the follow up, which is the new Pope.
So you really Lagoon. You don't remember that?
No.
You know what? I am shocked. I'm disappointed.
He said it might have been one of the
I'm
earlier
outraged.
It had to have been in the first 3 seasons.
I'll tell you which one it was on. I'll give you another clue.
Okay.
The dingo ate you, baby.
That's why I probably don't remember it, because you know what? I started watching from season 4 on.
But you never watched the first 3?
Was the dingo in the first 3?
I didn't think it was as entertaining the first 3 seasons.
Well, they were
The
getting
first
a
season
rhythm.
definitely wasn't.
The funniest one in the first 3 seasons was Mr. Bookman. Remember the library cop?
That was the best one.
I'll tell you my problem, punk. It's punks like you.
You know
Boy,
what,
you're a library cop and
Frankie?
you're
You
doing
know
Bookman?
him all, man.
I know it was
Oh,
great.
buddy. That was our show every night, Tom, when we got home.
So Mark,
What
you
was
know
the
this
book? What was the book?
this thing with the
What do you know
83-year-old guy?
The book that he
Oh, the Tropic of Cancer.
was it cancer or Capricorn? I can't. You probably
Yeah,
read
cancer. Yeah.
That was, Tropical Cancer, supposed to be that erotic book that was like in the 60s that was supposed to be really risque. You know, like the story of O or Lolita.
And what were the teeth like, the old coach?
Like little beans, little bean teeth. Can't stand you.
Yeah, can't stand you. His teeth are like little baked beans.
That is so funny. The library cops would crack me up.
And being a doctor, I love the one where they had dropped the junior mint into the guy.
Oh, that
Man,
was good.
that was so funny.
And everything was fine, then all of a sudden he took a turn for
Right.
the worse. How would that actually end up, Doc? Could that really fucking get you?
It would never
I'm
happen.
Tom Martino, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Brent Ivinson, Ideal Home Loans is here. Somebody had an email about your interest rate guarantee. They want to know if, and I think I know the answer, when they redo it, let's say you give them a guarantee for 2 years, the rates go down more than 3/4 or by 3/4 at least, you redo it, they get a new 2 year, right?
Yeah,
warranty.
Absolutely. Yeah, we'll do it again and again.
How many have you done over the that you can?
We do several every month.
Really?
Really?
Of people
Absolutely.
who have the guarantee. They never have to worry about getting in on the bottom.
And we'll even take it one step further. We'll monitor it and let you know when it makes sense for you to do it.
Wow. 303-713-TALK is our number. Bob, here's what happened with Bob, okay? We do, by the way, have someone listening who's in the industry that's an expert. We only have them as an expert. They are not, by the way, involved in this deal, okay? Now, Bob, you say you called, you put a $2,000 deposit on a building, and then they tried to hit you up for more stuff. What are they saying now?
I got an email from them stating that after they looked into the coding in our area, that the county requires a different structure that would basically hold up under heavy snow.
So how much
loads
more?
and
How
high
much
winds.
more do they say the building will be?
About $2,000.
So the whole building is going to be $2,000 more?
At least, and possibly more if I want windows and doors.
I love the way they quote, but that doesn't include windows and doors. How the hell are you going to get in the building? I'm serious. They do that. They say, but by the way, what was the original quote you got for the building? What was it?
11,000.
And then you put 2,000 down on that, right?
Yeah.
Now they say the building is going to be
13,000.
No, they say it's going to be 13,000 plus windows and doors,
which is another couple thousand.
So basically 15 grand.
Yep.
Yeah, but you still got to erect it.
Yeah, and does that include labor?
No.
No, that does not include.
Does it include a foundation?
No, all that's separate. But
okay, but you knew that going in basically. So what is your question? Here's the only problem I would have with that, Bob. Let's just get right down to it. If they called me and said, Tom, we miscalculated, or we're going to have to add this, this, and this, the only time it would concern me is if they would not let me walk. If I said, well, on second thought, I'd rather not do it, I'd want my money back. So that's what I want to know. Are they saying you have to pay more and you can't get out of it?
Yes, it appears that way.
Wait a minute. If they told you it was going to be a certain price and you put down a deposit and now they increase it, how can they hold you to it?
Well, I brought that up to the vice president.
And what did they say?
And he said, well, first of all, I said, you should have told me that the quote that you gave me was dependent on whether or not you were accurate in your assessment of the building.
Did you sign a contract?
And he said, yes. I mean, he said, well, it's in the contract.
I'll tell you what, Bob, you could have screwed yourself. Bob, don't laugh, man. You could have signed a contract that says that you agree to pay any extra cost of engineering or permits or whatever, man.
Yeah, and that was my mistake.
So so you actually were presented a contract, you read it through, you paid it, And excuse me, you signed it, and then you paid your deposit of $2,000.
Yeah.
Well, that sucks, man.
I didn't read the entire contract. I trusted them, and I should not have. So basically, he said,
"What's the name of the company?"
General Steel.
Oh my God. Okay, yeah. I could have told you that, General Steel. No. You ought to look up the court cases on what he's involved in.
Really?
Yep.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, at least he was in the past. General Steel. Listen, he's not the only one. He may have written the book. I don't know, but he's not the only one. I think more than not, they all do it. They call them. Now, I'm not saying he's doing what I'm saying. I'm saying this. In the industry, most people call themselves manufacturers. They say they have a building on the ground that was abandoned or that they took a deposit on. They offer it to you. Then they come back after you sign the contract and say, you need windows and doors. And you say, wait a minute. Why would I buy a building without windows and doors? They say, well, the contract says those are extra. So how much do you want? Yeah, I'm telling you, what happened to you happens to a lot. Now, I'm going to ask someone in the business to be candid about it. His name is Eric. He's with Great Western Building Systems on the referral list at referralist.com. Eric?
Yep. How you doing?
Eric?
I'm sorry. Do you want me to read you the response I got this morning?
Hold on. Not yet, Bob. Okay. I want to ask Eric, who's in the business. Eric, have I accurately described the industry?
Yeah. I mean, I don't think you've described the whole industry, but...
well, tell me what I left out. Tell me the major stuff I left out.
Well, I mean, the only thing that I think is missing is that there are a lot of good companies out there that are focused on the customer experience.
Good.
Rather than, just selling stuff. But
there are companies out there that don't do what I said.
Correct.
Okay. And they don't represent themselves as being a manufacturer, or they don't say they have a building on the ground when they really don't, and they don't take deposits and then come back later with added costs and expect people to stick to the contract. I would agree.
Yeah, I would agree. Yeah, that's kind of cold-blooded.
Yeah. So
I think you said it best. If they miscalculated the estimate, they have two options: either make it correct or let the customer walk away from the deal. Nobody's hurt.
Right. But you know, in the industry, you may not want to comment on it, but General Steel has a reputation of doing this.
Oh. Yeah, I have no comment on that.
Okay. Let's put it this way. I've heard about it in the past.
I'm going to throw a comment out. Eric, and I'm sorry, Eric, but it's true. Him and Armstrong were in a very big argument at one point, and let's just leave it at that. So I don't know if he signed a waiver to talk particularly about, General Steel.
Okay, so bottom line, I'm not going to...
I have no waiver to not talk about General Steel. I just...
he doesn't want to. I don't blame you.
I focus on my business. Yeah.
I agree. And you know what? That's a good way to be. What do people need to look out for in the business in general? Because let's put it this way. I haven't had a complaint about General Steel in years. So for all I know, they changed what they do or how they do it. I have no idea. I was giving an observation based on the past. What I want to know now from Eric at Great Western Buildings, I would like to know what people should look out for.
Well, I think the gentleman calling in, Bob, I think is his name. I think he outlined the major pitfalls. If you know what kind of doors and windows you want, make sure that they're quoting those for you. You don't have to buy those later unless you want to. And if you are working with somebody that's where that's an option to just buy the steel package and figure that out later, because we have a lot of customers that choose to buy their buildings that way because they're not sure exactly how they want it laid out. They just want to get the ball rolling. So we offer a price match guarantee in those instances. But if a customer knows they want a 12 by 12 garage door and they know that they want it to be insulated or whatever, that's easy. If they want windows, that's easy. So you should make sure that kind of stuff is included if you know what you want at the time. And if you don't, make sure they have a price match guarantee so they're not going to put you into a $3,000 garage door that you can buy somewhere else for nothing. Another thing.
I see exactly what you're saying. You're right.
Yep. And another thing that those companies will do, and I've heard about this, and it's a real shame, is they'll say, well, if you don't use our accessories or our door or whatever at this crazy price, we will void your warranty or whatever. So there's they put a lot of pressure on a customer like that. But
Eric, how many actual manufacturers are there in the business? Giant steel companies that actually produce the buildings. How many?
Big players, a dozen, give or take.
Okay, of actual factories.
Yep, and then and a lot of those factories are owned by, one company, and they have locations all over the country. I think General, when in my experience, they were buying mostly from NCI, which is a big player. They have factories all over the country.
You know what I like about Eric and Great Western? They're one of the very few. He can help you actually pick out the building, the size, design it. He'll tell you about the windows. He'll tell you about the foundation. But, Tom, they also erect them in-house. His guys go out, including him, and they're there the whole process erecting them.
All right, so we need to have somebody look at that contract for you, Bob, or we're going to call them to see if they'll let you out of the contract. I mean, it sounds like you signed a contract. I mean, I don't know. It sounds like you've kind of obligated yourself. Renew Home Innovations. Now, listen, I've told you about buy and build. I love buy and build. You buy stuff dirt cheap, right? And you do it yourself or have your contractor do it. Now, I'm telling you the opposite end of the spectrum. These are great people that specialize in bathrooms, especially the shower. RenewHomeInnovations.com. We're talking about the best of the best premium stuff. And I'm not talking expensive. It's a great value and adds value to your home. Renew Home Innovations, the most beautiful showers you'll ever see. All Kohler products, 303-904-2000.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Michael Brown at 2, 630 KHOW, Denver.
You got to send me back that Honda I sent you because it's just gone. I don't know what
You're talking to me, right?
Yeah. I mean, this is fucking killing me. What'd I do with it?
I mean, you just sent me the 3 pages. Let me finish up this one.
No, it's right here. I don't know why it's doing this to me. Yeah, I don't need it. I found it.
So those are just 2 review sites I saw, and maybe they did change.
Yeah, I can talk to you about. Oh, you're saying maybe they're way better now, yeah. Could be. Do they have the results from the caucuses yet?
I don't know, boy. That is so funny.
We are not thinking clearly when we have a fire, a flood, a storm hits us, or we find mold, or other property catastrophes. You need help. You need people you can trust. You need environmentalists and scientists, not just carpet cleaners who happen to call themselves restoration experts. This industry is riddled with the worst. You need the best. AmRest, American Restoration 24/7. Here's the website, amrest247.com, amrest247.com. Do you think, Mark, it's just the way he's paid?
Who? Who?
Rock, the way he's paid on stuff that makes it...
Better be. I mean, I got him down to tomorrow. So, I mean, that's a real quick answer. But yes, I think that's a big part of that.
Caucus results are not in yet.
What's your problem?
I just said caucus results are not in yet.
I was watching Fox on that, or listening to Fox. And
they must have a field day with it.
Oh, you would think that on the Today Show they were crying almost about it, how serious it is. Oh, this is a tragedy. I feel so sorry for them. I mean, if this happened to Republicans, they would be making so much fun of them. Oh, yeah. But what was the system?
I don't even think they know what was the thing that went wrong.
How? A caucus...
I'll tell you what went wrong. Fucking Bernie won.
Do you really believe that?
Bullshit. Okay, then let's see if Bernie won.
Well, no, I think it might come out.
It doesn't even have to do with Bernie. My point is, if Biden did extremely bad, I mean, everybody else beat him, they're giving plenty of time for everybody to forget about it, and we're on to New Hampshire.
Really?
They think Biden.
But you think Biden?
They know right now who the fuck won. They know it. And Biden's attorneys wrote to him and said, "Don't tell anybody the outcome until we approve that you do it."
Yeah, he did. He did.
Who do you think it is?
Now wait a minute. You think Biden is that?
I think it's everybody but Biden. What would that be?
Do you
everybody
think he's?
but
Do you think
EB? Everybody but Biden. It's a EBB.
Do you think he's strong enough to really do this to hold back results?
Hillary Hillary was.
Don't you remember the whole thing? Bernie. The reason a lot of this shit changed this year is because in 2016, Bernie got fucked left and right by the Democrats. He got totally fucked.
So,
hey, what are you going to do if Elizabeth Warren gets elected?
Sell every stock. I'm going to move to Canada.
I'm going with you, Mark.
Yeah.
Do you think she could be elected?
No.
God, I hope it's her, or I hope it's Bernie, or I hope it's any of them really crazy lefties. The only one that worries me at all, and they don't even really worry me, is Bloomberg, and it's because he's got the money.
Oh, you know who they're saying? This is Dan Kaplan is saying all the time. Michelle Obama.
Buddy.
Michelle Obama.
He likes her?
She'd scoop
What
in.
has she ever done? I know you like her too. What has she ever done?
Well, I like her as a person. I didn't say she'd make
even
a
as
good...
a person, what has she done?
She's not electable.
I'm just talking, she sounds like a nice person. I'm not talking politically.
No, but because she was,
what has she done? She's
But
alive and she's a nice person. She's a mom.
She wouldn't come off as a crazy person. I mean,
yeah.
it goes a long way.
You don't think, but what her policy
She ain't sniffing hair.
Well, I agree.
Listen, anybody that sniffs hair shouldn't be president.
I agree.
Or vice president. Like a nice person.
Goes below the belt every time. Awesome.
And Hillary doesn't seem like a nice person.
And
you're right. Hillary does not.
Can you imagine if Trump?
Warren.
Can you imagine if Trump's kid Don Jr. was making $1 million a year over at some freaking company?
Like a nice person.
They'd hang him.
No, as a person, she seems like a nice.
Who? No, she doesn't. I used to think she was nice and smart.
She's not?
Really?
No, I don't like her.
I don't know. I mean, I'm talking about...
I think she's a racist.
Well, she just said she didn't even know like there was fucking 3 branches of government or something.
When she first came in, yeah.
Who's that, Michelle?
No, OAC.
Oh, she's... First of all, we're lucky because for the next 10 years, she can't be president. Because you have to be 35.
She's 28. 27?
I don't like Pete because of his age either. I mean, I don't like any of his politics, but I don't care if that was a Republican. Fucking 36, 38 is way too young to be president. I was doing some pretty fucked up shit back then.
How old was JFK? He was like 50, right?
He was the youngest. I think he was in his 40s.
No, he was in his early 40s, I think.
Yeah, he was in his 40s. JFK was, yep.
Pete's biggest problem to me is simply his age.
He didn't live to be 50.
How old was JFK when he was elected president?
Probably 42, maybe 44.
43.
Hold on. 46, he died.
So how many years was he in?
So it was like 40.
He was 43 years, 236 days.
Only 43.
How many hours?
He was elected at 43. That's incredible. Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK. 713-8255. DenverTrialLawyers.com for catastrophic injuries. DenverTrialLawyers.com. The biggest question I get, Mark, how would you answer it? What is a catastrophic injury? It doesn't matter. Here's what I'd rather see, right? They'll tell you.
Yeah, it's a big, strange, sometimes injury.
That's the things a lot of people don't touch, those kinds of things, like a product, a doctor, a hospital does something, a therapist, sexual assault. Anyway, DenverTrialLawyers.com. Just look them up. We have Marilyn who wants to talk about a summary judgment. And this is what I love when we have plenty of lines open. You can get in with all of your fresh problems. We're working on a lot of stuff behind the scenes. So if you have a question about anything we're juggling here, give us a call. What's going on, Marilyn, with your summary judgment? Do you know what a summary judgment is?
Well, no, I think so, and maybe not.
Well, did you have one judged? Were you suing someone or someone suing you?
No, we sued someone. It was a personal unsecured loan that was actually inherited, and I got a new contract from the party, and I got like a payment, and then went forward and received a summary judgment because there were no more payments forthcoming.
Now, there's a difference. I'm not sure what you're talking about is a summary judgment. Let me explain it to those listening. Again, I'm not giving legal advice. We're doing definitions here.
Okay.
If you had a contract with someone and you're alleging they breached it, many times it is so black and white, there is no issue of fact. It's either they breached it or not. And a judge can conclude that there's no reason to go to trial, and based on the briefs alone, will render judgment. That's a summary judgment. But
that's what it is.
Okay. Based on the briefs alone. Now, a judgment other than a summary is one in court, and that can be done by a judge and by a jury or by negotiated settlements that are entered into the court record as a judgment. So you have a summary judgment. That tells me you must have had a very strong claim that could not be refuted adequately, and there was really no question of fact.
That was the case, yes. I did work with an attorney to obtain that. My question at this point is, what does one go forward in the most economical means?
Well, first of all, what was the award?
115.
115,000, and that is for what, Marilyn? If you had to spell it out. For money owed? Was it court costs? Was it attorney's fees? Was it punitive?
Strictly money owed. No, strictly money owed.
Okay, 115. Now, you have to ask yourself a few questions. Is it worth going after? Do they have any money or assets?
And that I don't know. I would think so, but I don't know that.
There are firms set up just to do asset searches. Good collectors know them. Good collectors know them. Do you know any firms that do asset searching? I don't know any right offhand, but I know they exist. Brent Ivinson, Ideal Home Loans. Do you know anybody that does asset searching?
I don't.
But you know they exist, right? These are companies that prior to a lawsuit, they will have, it's like a private investigator, but they only investigate holdings and money and cash and property and all of that. So who is this person? And I don't mean by name. I don't care. It's public record. You could say their name. It wouldn't matter. Are they a contractor, someone you did business with, a personal acquaintance? Who are they to you?
It was just a personal acquaintance.
Was it?
A relative, yeah.
Okay, a relative. Through a relative or a relative?
Just through, no. I inherited this through a relative that expired.
Okay, explain what it is then.
It was just a cash loan.
Okay, so this loan you did not make.
I re-entered it into another contract, yes. So I did make it.
How did you inherit? What do you mean you inherited it? Tell me the actual situation. One of your relatives loaned money to somebody?
Yes, and then expired.
And then died?
Right, and as an heir.
Okay, it was part of the estate. I get it.
Exactly.
The promissory note was part of the estate.
Perfect, yep.
And you decided to be nice. You entered into a new contract to give them a little more time?
Mm-hmm.
How much more time did you give them?
It's been a couple years.
Okay. And they were supposed to pay you. Did they make any effort to pay you?
Yes, 3 payments.
Okay. How much have you been paid?
Out of that?
No, just total. How much have you been paid?
Total, $9,000.
Okay. Is it likely that they will try to appeal this, or did they file a brief? Did you get a summary motion? A summary judgment because you each filed briefs, or did they fail to file a brief?
I just did. They failed.
So it's almost like, if there is such a thing, a default summary judgment.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did they actually call it that?
No, it just says. It didn't say that. No. Huh?
All right. So what does your attorney tell you? I mean, you would go through this like any collection. You have a judgment. Now you would do a collection.
Right. I guess my question was, it just appears at the present time to pursue this I mean, it seems like a lot of money, but to pursue this through an attorney, it's very, very
Well, you can do
pricey.
contingency with collectors.
I wonder if Frank Ball would do a contingency just because of the dollar amount. It might be worth his effort.
He would first want to do a little, I don't know, asset search.
How do you get someone to do interrogatories on the person? That's what you need to do.
Well, she
That's
does.
right.
She serves him with
She
them.
has a right now to do, and that's a good point. What Deputy Doc is talking about is to serve them now with a list of questions on assets, which, by the way, if they don't answer properly or if they're cagey, this is where Frank Ball and other good collection attorneys, this is where they shine. They can get this person arrested.
I've done that.
Yeah.
Literally, Jay Lopez, he didn't fill out interrogatories after I served them to him. I had Denver PD pick his ass up and throw him in jail.
Let's see if we can get Frank Ball on to basically outline the general steps.
Now,
Impact. The strong arm, Mark. The strong arm.
Mark, tell us what you really think, man. Seriously.
I love it. This
I
dude
want
was.
to know what you really think.
He was sitting down in Douglas County, there on another deal, like a speeding ticket, and I knew he was going to be there. And they had a bench warrant out for him over interrogatories. I sat there and stayed there till they fucking Denver PD came down and picked him up from Douglas County. Threw him in jail for about a fucking month, too.
Here, I gotta get to my office today to run a sales meeting. I'll send you an email. I'll send you one before your office show. Okay?
So that's what you summon them, make them come in for
What's
interrogatories.
your schedule look like this week?
Right?
Well, you don't make them come in.
pretty open.
You serve them
Right,
just like you do
serve-
anything.
Right, right.
And they have X amount of time to fill
you
them
say
out and
Denver
deliver them back to
Right,
the
right.
court.
But that's the next step.
If they don't do it,
That's what
Then you gotta serve them again.
no.
See you, Mark.
Well, no, that's true. You got to do it again. But once you go through the process, then you go tell the judge, and they put a bench warrant out.
Right.
Century RV, if you're looking for an RV, new or used, Century RV right in our backyard. We have one out in Lakewood and up north on the 119 turnoff to Longmont. So you have a great local place to go. Now, up at exit 240 to Longmont, they have a service department. It's so hard to find good service for RVs. So both sales and service, 303-453-1111, 453-1111.
You know, that's what.
I don't know. No. He's not on the referral list. Text Suzanne. What is Frank Ball's info? Do we even?
He's just an angel we use. Just an expert.
No, Mark, that's one of the most shorted stocks. People lost a lot of money shorting that.
That's what I'm saying. I did. What do you mean, people? I'm people.
No, those people were shorting it when it was sitting at 300. You see, it went up.
Where did we short it?
250-ish, 200, around 200, and went up to like 270, then dropped all the way down to 160.
I won't touch it. I don't.
What are you talking about?
I don't think he plays fair.
Who?
Tesla's up 1,000%. Would have been.
It's went up.
If I took all your money and invested in Tesla this time last year, you'd be up eightfold, tenfold.
I thought that was K-How.
Be like $5 million.
Is that why? You don't
Is
trust
this just K-How here?
I just don't.
Same
First
thing.
of all, it's overvalued. I mean, it's not worth what it's selling for.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
But is Amazon?
But does it matter? I mean, that's the whole thing. I don't know. To me,
Maybe
it's
they-
way
maybe
too
they know it's
expensive to
Frank.
buy.
Right now. Yeah.
I know, but even when it was 400, it was way too expensive. And 600, way too expensive. 800,
What
too
is it now?
expensive. What is it now? 900, Dan?
See, I think it's a $2,000 stock. And I don't think it's worth it, but I think it just sounds it. I know
I
that
don't
sounds
know, man.
crazy, but
Well, they don't have. Here's the one thing they got going for them right now. None of the competitors are kicked up and running.
Do they
I
have
mean,
debt?
they are going to have competitors left and right. Ford's going to be one of them. China's got a fucking badass
But you know,
company.
I think it actually helps them when the more manufacturers start coming into the electric market because it gives it credence.
It is credence for sure.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's no longer some harebrained scheme of some asshole.
You know what's smart about him too, and I hate to say that in the same sentence, him and smart, but
Oh, he's smart.
he needs to. He's focusing on the power cell too, the battery. He knows the whole key is going to be. Hey, listen, once these things can do 1,000 miles, I'd never buy a fucking gasoline car again in my life. I mean, once that range is 300 maybe.
Oh,
I don't mean like in insane mode. I mean like baby driving.
But I think if they had like an adapter where if a guy runs out, he could just like go to a place and switch out batteries.
Yeah, but those batteries are so
Oh my
expensive.
God.
No, I know, but I mean, so they have them right there, so that's what you do, and then.
Yeah, take too long. Take too long.
Well, I don't know. They got to get it
No,
down.
but what if they had? Hold on.
Trying to call Ed.
What if they had a technology?
No, I called
Listen
him
to
and
this, Stan.
He's online.
Where let's say a slot in the back of the car opens.
I got the
and
information from
literally,
him. Mark
the
was gonna
battery,
follow up. Ask
the bank of
Mark
batteries
about that.
pull out, and a new bank goes in.
Okay, I'll tell you
get
what.
an exchange
I'll tell
value for that, and you pay. Even if you paid.
It's like a propane tank.
Yeah.
Hey, Mark.
You know how much do you think the battery weighs?
They would be less. Oh, I don't know.
Just guess.
I don't know how much do they weigh.
Like
1,200 pounds.
For one?
One battery.
What size? What are they? Flat, Mark?
It's the whole fucking car. My point is, there's not the entire bottom of the car is a battery. My point is, there's no opening something up and exchanging them. You're taking just to do a fender. They gotta fucking take the battery.
But I'm
out.
not talking about
this
now.
is stuff they gotta get.
I'm talking about if a car was designed
And they are working on batteries.
for exchanges.
Right?
If
Hey,
a
Mark,
car
what
was
are you-
built for an
Ed
exchange.
is on line one. What are you doing with him? Ed is the 83-year-old guy. Are you?
Yes, 83-year-old guy.
Are you?
I don't want bring them up. I don't know why do we have them back? I'm working on it. I already heard back
Hi,
from
Tom
my
Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK. Finally, some room to breathe, right? Now, we're trying to get a collection attorney on to help Marilyn with steps, but I will tell you in general what the steps are. In general, first, judgment. Second, interrogatories. Third, summons to the interrogatory places. For example, garnishments to banks, to deposit institutions, and also to him personally, or any accounts receivable, anything like that. People try to be cagey with interrogatories. You can nail them if they're not truthful with interrogatories. Anyway, we're going to try to get some information, if we can, from one of our show angels, we call them, because they're not really somebody that consumers use often. Mark?
What would you do if your 83-year-old parent purchased a car and they sold them the following: vehicle protection plan, vehicle care protection, appearance protection, dent protection, tire and wheel protection, windshield protection?
All together like $8,000.
Yeah, nice, right?
I would be livid. I would be livid. And on top of that, he had to trade conservatively.
Yes.
If it wasn't great, it would be $10,000.
You know what I would do, Mark, if it were me?
Very conservative, right? It could be worth 12
and they
or
gave
13.
him 57. I'm not even going to harp on that. I want him to undo the other part of this.
If it were me, I would call Tom Martino.
Yep, and that's what he did.
I'm telling you, it's terrible. It's terrible, Mark.
It is.
So listen, we have what we call a angel/backline or bat line
to this place.
To this place, and I've already heard back from upper management. I sent them over the contract.
They're not on the referral list if you're thinking we're protecting someone. We're not.
No.
Here's what I want to tell you.
Very large.
We're giving them a chance because I think it's so egregious that they will agree, and it might have been someone errant.
I want to explain that, too. We have different companies. I'll give an example of one, Appliance Factory. If we have a complaint come in on them, we have an agreement with them that we will reach out to them and before we start talking negatively about them. Not before we mention them.
No, I know.
And give them a chance to fix something. Of course. I wish we had these agreements with everybody.
Right. I mean, that's nice that they respect their name and ours enough to know that it can do some harm, and they don't want to do that, and they don't think it's fair, and we say fine. Now, very seldom do we talk negatively anyway if we haven't even heard from someone. Okay, that normally doesn't happen anyway, but it does happen sometimes, and there's a reason. Because we have dealt with them before on a similar issue and they treated us a certain way. Or it's so outright black and white, there's almost nothing they can say.
This one is interesting, though, and I want to say this. If this was a 35 or 45 or whatever year-old person.
Yeah,
and
this is an 83-year-old.
And they decided to buy all this, I would probably say, well, next time you know, look, do a little homework. But in this particular circumstance, I really do want to get involved in this one.
Yeah.
I find it egregious.
Yes. Now, if you have any problems, questions, or complaints, you call us.
But do you agree on that? Do you agree
totally agree.
No, but if they were younger and dumber, where do you draw the line on age? Because the whole conversation's strange, Tom. I'm saying because it's an 83-year-old guy, I think they took advantage of him.
Yes.
But if it was a 45-year-old man or woman, I'd probably say, well, you're stupid.
I would, but I would almost, it depends on their intelligence level. You know what? That's a good point, Mark. A lot of our problems happen because people are unsophisticated. But I don't like when people are taken advantage of because of being unsophisticated, specifically. Now, if they're just reckless and stupid, more reckless and stupid that in other words, there are people who make dumb mistakes and they're brash and they're, they just do things. And then they say, oh, crap, I shouldn't have done that. That's different than someone who says, my sister-in-law told me or my daughter told me this could be a bad deal. This guy called us because he wasn't sure.
He didn't even know he bought this stuff. A year ago, we had that Harley dealer that sold a bike for $12,000. By the time the mop and glow was added up, it was a $24,000 contract.
Seriously.
But he was 19 years old. Is that egregious?
These are add-ons. You have to watch yourself. Most dealers now are making money with add-ons. And it's terrible. I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Here to help you solve problems, answer questions, and take complaints. Get your calls in. We also have Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, and we will unlock the real estate industry coming up in the Denver area, so stick around. And referrallist.com, don't forget.
All day Friday from these 70 and 80-year-old people who don't understand what's happened to them.
Well, some of them, though, let me tell you something about people your age and older, and I'm not kidding. They steal batteries, and they'll act when they get caught.
Are people
like, really? I'm an old man. I don't know what's going on. Who put those in my pocket?
This sounds familiar. I can't figure where I've heard this.
I haven't gotten caught stealing batteries
I love
yet.
that line. What did they say in the store? What did the security guy yell?
Swarm, 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 swarm.
And then what does Jerry say to him as he's getting arrested?
What did Jerry say to him?
Hello, Uncle Leo.
I thought you meant at the end. I thought you meant at the end when he busts George, because he clowns George at the end too. Hello.
Oh, man.
Did you hear about Rush Limbaugh?
Yeah.
I can't
What
believe
kind
that.
of lung cancer is it? The small cell?
If
it's small cell, it's a death sentence.
Well, it's becoming more and more treatable.
But
Not
he's got
small cell?
But he's got a shitload
because
of
it's going to hit the brain. If it hits the brain, you're done.
If it's metastasized.
Once it spreads, you're cooked.
My friend has a company that's going to go public soon. That what they do is they will take a sample of your cancer, and they will run an assay against all the available chemotherapeutic drugs, and they will find the one that is most effective. So you don't. Let's say there are 5 different drugs that Rush Limbaugh could take. They will take an assay, and in 24 hours, they will be able to tell you which drug, if any, is the most efficacious against that specific tumor.
You know what's interesting is we've got a friend that's got a teenager, and she was one of these cutters.
Yeah.
Okay? And she suffers from depression. They actually did some kind of swab, and they go run her DNA or whatever they're doing, I'm not going to pretend to know, against every antidepressant out there. And it comes back with the ones that are best and worst for her.
Right.
And sure enough, by doing different ones over the years, the one it came back with has shown the best results by far. It's amazing to me that they can match her up to the best medication out there.
Well, conceptually it's very easy because you see which drug fits in with that particular protein and binds to it. So that conceptually it's very simple.
But having the data.
Technically it's very difficult. But my friend's company is going to be able to do that with any tumor, with any chemical. So if there are 10 10 different chemotherapeutic drugs, the insurance companies don't spend money on the 9 that don't work, and they go right to the one that does work. And the insurance companies are going to save a shitload of money, and you're also going to get the drug that's the best one for your particular cancer, which is it's going to be a great business.
Ford's up today.
Did you see what the market did? In 2 days, it gained back all the losses it made.
Yeah, I know. That's why That's why the one thing I learned years ago on trading, ago, I don't mean day trading. That's a whole different answer. But on trading is knee-jerk. It's the worst
It went
fucking
down
thing.
700 points in 2 days, and now it's back up to exactly where it was 2 days ago.
Right, when you say knee-jerk, though, do you mean something happens geopolitically, it scares people? Right.
No, you have it. Well, I don't even have to go into why. If it drops 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 1,000 in one day, don't be part of the sell-off.
Right.
Well, you got
look at this,
why
Frank.
is it selling off? Like the 9/11.
It was here 2 days ago. It was all the way down by 700 points, and today it's exactly back up where it was.
And it's also...
but it's been a strong economy. It's not like
exactly. It was that whole China scare.
Oh, yeah.
Well, yeah, but that's what
I think anything
you know what's
like that,
really
people
interesting
panic
about
at
China?
Exactly.
The more I look at these numbers, this morning it was, what was it, 400 deaths, and what was it, 20,000 cases? I am telling you, they are lying their ass off. I bet they've got districts and hospitals being built out there. These Chinese are lying.
I believe myself.
They built 1,000 bed hospitals in a week.
No way.
Anybody want
to
taste?
Oh my God, are you eating rice?
No, it's chicken salad. Anybody want to taste?
Is there rice in it?
Okay.
Hey Mark, do you know that more people...
Anybody died outside of
No, but
China?
do you know how many people died
No,
of the
but
regular...
what sucked is there was like a 30-year-old that died recently.
Do you know how many people die of the flu every year?
8,000 so far.
Not 30-year-olds.
Oh, I'll bet you.
I'm not saying none, but generally they're dying on the opposite sides of the spectrum.
But this Wuhan flu...
That's true, that's true.
This Wuhan flu is not any more deadly than a regular flu.
I just want to know who fucked a snake to get us to where we are.
They think it's a bat.
No, they say a snake.
Bat.
Well, maybe a bat ate a snake.
Or the snake ate the bat.
And they think SARS also came from a bat.
Right.
Bat to another animal to... I think SARS went to...
So it's the bat flu.
No, it migrates, not directly from the bat.
How about the pig one, though?
The swine flu?
That was a bad one.
How does it... What's weird to me, Doc, is how does it go from a pig to a fucking human?
Easy.
It just goes...
You just get... All you need is one person who works in a pig yard.
How come my dogs never got me sick in my entire life?
Because dogs' DNA is significantly different from human DNA.
So we just reject it, good or bad?
Yeah, pig DNA is very, very similar to human DNA. That's why you can transplant pig organs.
And that's why every medical thing they ever test out is the pigs.
Yeah. They can't use monkeys anymore because of PETA.
Oh,
well, they do in other countries.
You want some?
Here's some pepper too, if you want.
You don't want to taste any?
No, I'm.
And actually, monkeys are the closest thing to us, right?
Chimpanzees are.
Oh,
chimps.
Closer to you.
You're more like a spider monkey.
Chimps are closest to us.
Remember when Kramer upset the monkey?
Oh yeah.
They call him into the office and go, "Listen, Mr. Kramer, we need you to apologize to the monkey."
You know, I wonder though if Christopher
Dan.
Lloyd got some of that from Jim from Taxi, Jim Minkowski. Got a little bit of that. I think he stole a little, and I think George steals a little bit from
How do you keep this from
the
going?
honeymoon.
Is there a
What's his name?
setting
Jackie
to
Gleason.
keep
Oh,
on
Garrett,
all the
when he gets mad and
time?
stuff.
Because
Yeah,
after 5 minutes it goes off.
I know. I'm sure there is.
Pretty
But
okay.
George is getting angry.
I'm setting it so this doesn't go blank from not moving.
Yeah.
I'll have to ask
I
my son.
love when he's
Yeah,
fake handicapped and he's trying to
it's
clown his boss into believing. Well, see, it's the mirror effect. Look, see, this is right, wrong,
I would
right.
have to be hunting.
That was good.
It's a setting.
And then he ends
Yeah.
up sealing himself in that office.
That's great, man.
Sealing himself in the office.
Like Hitler's last days.
And the planning process we use with our clients.
They had a one-year deal with him and they wouldn't let him out.
Trying to get me out.
Well played.
It's your shot to win $1,000.
What was the first thing they did?
Text the nationwide keyword.
The bathroom. Yeah, use a public bathroom.
Information, text, and info. Standard data and message rates apply. This nationwide contact.
Why did he like it?
200.
Because he sat up on the throne
It's
like
the
a...
Troubleshooter Show.
What are those things on top of buildings? Gargoyles.
Tom Martino, the Troubleshooter.
perch.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. This hour brought to you by a very, very important client, SaferNet. SaferNet. I want to tell everyone about SaferNet. First, I'm going to ask Daphne if we're going to have our collection attorney on, right? As soon as he can get back to us, he's going to call us?
Yes, I gave him the backline number.
We have Frank Duran, the real estate man, with us, too, to talk about issues. But this issue with SaferNet is so important because you can make yourself immune to all malware. I know this sounds too good to be true, but it is not. Listen carefully, because you and your household, or you and your company, if you have computers, no matter what else you're doing, it's impossible to get malware and to be hijacked for money with ransomware if you use SaferNet. No matter what your network administrator says they're doing, it won't beat this. This is an encrypted cloud that you go through for all internet traffic. There is nothing better. In fact, I don't even know why people don't do it automatically. It's called SaferNet, and you get to it at safernet.com. Ask for information if you need to. You can call them or contact them, but all you do is download an app, and this app goes on your computer and then redirects your traffic through this cloud. They are top-level security, better than the Defense Department. It's encrypted, which means your traffic, your credit card numbers, all of that can't be read. So not only does it protect you from malware and from ransomware, you can't get your stuff hacked. You can't get your credit cards read. You can't get anything stolen from you because the information is encrypted across the internet. Now, once it gets to somebody, what they do with it is their business. So obviously, your financial institution has to be secure. But think about this. Your kids never, ever can get you in trouble. You can't get viruses. You can't get malware. I talk about this because it's incredible, and it only costs about $3.99 that's the most expensive rate they have. It goes down after that. $3.99 a month per device. Think about it. I mean, $3.99 per device, and it goes down in price after that. Safernet.com. It's encrypted, so no one can read your traffic. It's all safe. Now, you as an administrator can even put out controls. So let's say you don't want your staff going to Facebook during the day, or you don't want your kids going to certain adult sites. You can do all those controls, plus encrypted, plus safe from malware, safe from ransomware. The most incredible product I've ever seen. It's new, and it's the best. Safernet.com. It's a virtual private network as well, so you don't need a VPN on top of it. I just don't know why everyone is not doing it. We read about these hospitals from time to time doing this ransom of $50,000 to get their computers unlocked. It's hitting people all over the country. All over the country. And I'll bet you right now, you're listening and you don't have it. And you're wondering, should I get this? Why wouldn't you? Why, even a giant corporation, you need it. Unless somehow you did your own. And doing your own is more expensive. I don't know why anybody would even do it. You'd have to be like Amazon to do your own. Safernet.com. Frank, do you ever worry about internet traffic with your networks?
Yeah, but I have pretty good protection, so I'm not too worried about it, I guess.
Do you have 256-bit encryption? Do people have... that's the thing. So many people
don't know what they have.
No, that's the point. They don't. They rely on a network administrator, or they rely on malware. It's just incredible to me. Again, it goes far beyond them being a sponsor. I'm talking about internet safety in general. You're right, Mark. A lot of people don't even understand what it is when it comes to protection. They truly don't know what they have. And you ought to ask, by the way. And so why do people sometimes, I think, I've said this before, why do people not make decisions? Now, SaferNet's one thing, all right? SaferNet.com. Now let's talk about other things. Why do you think people let things go in general? For example, let's say we do the insurance checkup. That's just one small example. Like I haven't checked. Or checking their credit card statements. Or doing self-protection stuff. Or some health thing that they put off, and they keep putting it off and putting it off. Finally, they go to the hospital and they have, advanced cancer or something. Why is it, I think, that people, they love status quo, and I think a lot of people are just afraid of finding out stuff sometimes. I'll get that done. Wills, that's another thing. Probate, not probate, wills, trusts, all of that. We all know certain things we should be doing, but to get off the dime and do it is another thing. I preach to people all the time, well, we should do this and we should do that. But it's actually doing it, though. Actually doing it. How many people do it? That, I think, separates. I once heard a talk from a guy who said, that is what separates success from non-success, is not just talking about it or knowing what you should do, but actually every day taking that step toward your goal. Just one step. What did you do today toward your goal? And it sounds so altruistic, you're probably rolling your eyes, but it's true. I mean, one thing to do. What did you do today to advance your goal? Now let's talk about something I've wanted to talk about that is I wanted to talk about earlier because we had our Ideal Home Loans on. We have Frank on now. Is credit reporting. The government is going to crack down on credit reporting agencies. Now, who knows really how far they're going to go? But credit reporting agencies have been on the minds of some lawmakers, and they propose some changes in the way credit reports are done. This is very, very, very volatile information. A credit report can affect you in every single part of your life. Every part, from what you pay for insurance to jobs. Now, employers are checking, and they're saying, hey, what is your credit report? They may not ask you that, but they do it. So here's what they're doing. Credit reporting reforms are being considered. They would give consumers more rights and options to dispute and correct inaccuracies. Right now, the way it is, and they don't want you to know this, but the way it is this way. The credit bureaus are supposed to verify negative information. So if you call and dispute it and say this is not true, they're supposed to demand documentation and look at all the stuff. Do you know what verification means to a credit bureau? And I had a guy on one time from Experian. He was pissed off at me because he couldn't tell me. Because they don't have a system for confirmation. All they do is ask the creditor, is this correct? That's it. You have to show all kinds of paperwork, and they can dismiss all of your evidence with one word from the creditor saying, no, it's accurate. That's it. All they have to say is, oh, yeah, it's accurate. So if you're marked late on a payment, it can affect your credit score. That credit score can affect your loan. That loan can cost you thousands of dollars a year. And then there's other pricing you're not even aware of, where you pay more because your credit report is maybe a few points low. And yet it comes from one thing on your credit report. And when you try to correct it, all a credit reporting agency has to do is say that they verified it. But there is no formal verification process. All they have to do, and they do it electronically, is this right? Yes, that's all they have to say. And then they can say they verified it. And it doesn't matter as a consumer, this is the way it is now, what you show them, they won't correct it unless the creditor allows them to. So it's all creditor biased. If the creditor says it's true, it's true. That has turned into true, full-blown credit blackmail, where people are angry at a past tenant or employee or someone who they say owes them money, or they're just angry. A contractor might be angry with a homeowner, and then they can destroy your credit. And there's very little you can do. You may have heard of slander of credit. That's a bunch of bull. To do a slander of credit lawsuit, you need to first find an attorney willing to do it. You need to make the financial investment. If truly someone is blackmailing you or ruining your credit on purpose, you can own them. But you have to be aggressive and take the gamble and the risk of financing that lawsuit. Now, I'm going to tell you about some real cases of credit blackmail coming up. If you have a problem, question, or complaint, give us a call. Plus, we're going to talk real estate with Frank Duran, the real estate man. I have heard from people that the market has softened a bit. We'll find out if that's true or not. I mean, you know, you hear from one person doesn't mean that's true with everyone. 303-713-8255. As often happens in the fourth hour, we have a few lines open so you can get right through. 303-713-TALK.
It keeps happening.
Oh, my God.
16 times a day.
Are you kidding me?
And it could happen to you.
I just won $1,000.
$1,000.
Thank you.
Every hour.
I took an
No,
ancestry test.
Did they send anything?
So in a couple weeks, I'm going to
He
find
didn't
out what I
forward
really
anything
am,
yet.
man.
The guy Mark, remember, who
I
sent
wonder how
you the
every
link?
time you did
His mom sent you the link.
I haven't got anything. Who'd you tell him to send it to? Help?
I didn't. I was just listening. I'm gonna ask Daphne if he has any contact information.
All right, well, I settled with my
Fix
trash
It
company.
24/7. That's the name of the company, and FixMyHome.com is the website. The $39 people. For $39 on listen to this, for new customers, they will go through your entire heating and air system complete. They will make sure your furnace is in tip-top shape. Now, you can have that done for $39, and it takes sometimes 2 hours or more. They disassemble the furnace to the extent they can to make sure it's top running. FixMyHome.com, just $39. You'll never get more service for the same money. That's $39. 720-526-3939.
You know what else you're doing
What?
right now?
What?
New furnace, $750 off.
Whoa, when did you just got that email?
I got that email like an hour ago from George.
Oh, well, thanks for telling me. $750 off a new furnace, FixMyHome.com. Oh, I don't know why I didn't see it.
You got it. Yeah.
Okay.
I hope I got it right. I'm looking now. I'm almost sure that's what he said.
Right.
Yes. Yes, $750 off.
So your lawsuit's done. We don't have to get it notarized or nothing.
No, I knew this lawsuit would go quick. Look at that, baby.
Well, I'm saying it's not notarized.
Before I sign it, here, put it on.
What lawsuit is it?
Let me tell you. You guys will shit what I settled for you. Ready?
Teeth or ugly, ill-fitting dentures. Finally, I'll discuss how at Barrett's Dental you can get your mouth healthy and have the smile of your dreams in a fraction of the time it takes at other offices. Is the condition of your mouth causing you to live a life of quiet desperation? It doesn't have to be that way. Call and register for my seminar today. It'll be worth your while.
Sign up for Dr. Barrett's seminar on Thursday, February 6th at Glenmore Country Club. Admission is free, but seating is limited. Call 303-731-1308 to reserve your seat or visit denverdentist.com today.
Attention. If you're in debt to the IRS and frustrated with your options, for a limited time you can call and quickly check your eligibility for the Fresh Start programs offered by the IRS to reduce or even eliminate.
Oh, it was very intriguing, actually. Basically, I said this. I said,
you have a copy, right?
Yeah. Because of the bounce check, I lost a business relationship with somebody. Now I have to use someone that's more expensive. The difference between the business relationship I lost and the new vendor is $3,000 whatever dollars, along with $55 court costs and $35 bad check fee. The total is $3,800.
You didn't outline how egregious it was trying to, promising me they'd make it good and not doing it.
No, you never do that in the complaint. The complaint and small claims is simply, this is what I want and why.
A lot of questions run through your mind. What am I going to do?
In fact, you don't even got to put that, honestly.
What?
You got to put a dollar amount, but You don't even got to break down why. All you got to do is put breach of contract, $4,000 for that matter. You don't have to go into your fucking story. No one's reading that thing except for the court clerk. I mean, in other words,
And their counsel.
yeah, until you get to arbitration. Yeah, that's right. And actually, I left one that was just breach of contract, and I didn't fill anything else out. And they went all the way up to mediation. It was forced mediation in Arapahoe. And they showed up and they said they called me 3 days ago. I don't even know why I'm here. All it says is breach of contract. Then by the time I explained everything to them, we had a settlement that day. So it does work.
Did they hear the case that day?
Mediation will, you'll have the mediator, and then if you don't solve it, you
Very
go to the judge the next day.
Yeah,
in the court, in your court, yeah. Right.
Aside from that, what else you got?
Like Denver, there's no mediation.
Like just for normal checkups.
In Douglas, I don't think
so. If I allege that I don't have a business relationship with this one place anymore,
but you need the physical exam.
Do I need affidavits from them, or do I
the
just
blood work
say it?
is
Well,
accurate.
for mediation, you don't have to do shit. Walk in there and see what happens.
I have to look the other
There's no doubt you should get the
but everything thank God was good.
I mean, that's a no-brainer. Your worst scenario, you're getting your 35.
They already credited me.
Yeah, I know, but you filed before they credited you. So how would you
So he died quick. I mean, it ate him up quick.
So they're going to say there's no claim.
For diagnosing
cancer, there is a claim because you filed before they fucking.
I know, but then they say, well, they
comes in
credited
and your symptoms.
That's fine.
But
Then
they have to say
then you owe me court costs, and you really screwed up this relationship I have. What is that worth?
You sort of have to go by symptoms and then decide what tests to run.
And then you determine what it's
usually
worth.
an
It doesn't
MRI,
matter.
They send their attorney to mediation?
CT scan is going to find
Probably.
tumors,
I'm
not
still
blood
very
tests.
interested how a bank's going to go.
That's
And
scary.
how old are you?
I never knew a bank doesn't have
anybody
a
in the
fucking
family?
registered
You get a
agent in states,
colonoscopy,
and it's
right?
not just this bank, it's
Okay,
all
you get-
banks.
that's really important.
Did you know that? Banks don't
I have
have
one
to have a
scheduled. I'm not
registered
looking
agent.
forward to it, but
You know what? The
Fuck if I know
procedure
why it
is a
is.
piece of cake.
Yeah.
It's the prep that's a pain in the ass.
That's what I've heard.
I
Yeah, because they give you
used that
basically gives you really
branch
bad diarrhea.
Now, if I want to
But
subpoena
when you go into the
witnesses, how do I do it
procedure,
if
they
it's
give
the
you
next
some
day?
medication through the IV.
You
You wake up, you
get
don't know
that
what's
in
done.
now.
Okay, I'm going to do it.
So it's
Yeah. I look forward to any of that stuff.
I can
What do you do,
subpoena,
man?
right?
you want to stay healthy.
You want to stay healthy,
Download
that's
the
true.
subpoena form?
Yeah, I'll try to find it.
Visit Arapahoe Basin today. With Allie, Zuma Bowl, and the Beavers and Steep Gully.
You know what you do? You subpoena. I'll tell you, you really want to get nasty? You subpoena every fucking, every teller over there and the bank manager.
No,
Make all of them show
I'm
up
doing
to
the
fucking
managers that promised me they would take care of it.
Yeah, but where's she from?
Colorado Springs.
630 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station.
No, don't even get me. I really don't like them.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Welcome to the show, and let's talk. Credit blackmail. We had a landlord one time, and this has happened more than once. So I'm going to tell you a most typical one. Said that the guy ruined the carpet. The guy said, I didn't ruin your carpet. The carpet's 8 years old. He wanted him to pay for a carpet. The guy said, take me to small claims court. Now think about this. The tenant who was moving out said, I don't owe you for the carpet. The way it should have went is before a judge or a jury or someone to sue for the carpet. Right? That's the way it should have gone. Instead, the landlord had the carpet replaced and billed the tenant. So there was no judge. There was no jury. There was no decision. There was no adjudication. There was simply the landlord's opinion that the tenant should pay. When the tenant did not pay, he dinged his credit. Think about that. The landlord went in and dinged his credit for like a $6,000 bill. It looks like this guy was a deadbeat tenant, never paid his rent. $6,000, no judgment, no proof, no evidence, because it's likely if he went to court, he would have lost. Think about that. You would lose if you go to court, but you don't go to court. You blackmail him with bad credit.
What was the outcome?
So this tenant said, what do? I can't get another apartment. I can't get a loan. I can't do anything until I pay. This guy, now this is before, I mean, there was nothing I could do at the point. I couldn't finance a lawsuit at the time. This was when I was young and stupid. I would have sued the crap out of this guy. This guy ended up having to settle with the landlord, blackmail, to get it off his credit. Think about that. That's credit blackmail. That's what needs to be done away with. Because when he contested it, that's what I tell him, contest it. He contests it with a credit reporting agency. And all they said was, yep, it's true. He owed us the money for the carpet. They showed him the bill. That's their proof. It doesn't mean he owes it. Now, Mark, really put yourself in that situation. If a landlord said that you owed him for a new carpet and you said you didn't, you would love for it to go to court because you would win hands down.
Slander of credit.
But would you really do that? This kid didn't have the money. Would you really? Right now, if somebody did that for you, yeah, now you would probably. But slander of credit. You could show you can't rent, you can't get this, you can't get that.
Oh, the damages would be endless. It wouldn't even be small claims. The damages would be endless.
Well, yeah, but this guy at that time in his life, he didn't have the wherewithal to do it. So this landlord used a credit report to blackmail him.
Imagine if someone did that to you and they happened, one of the things that happens is maybe a bank you deal with freezes a $2 million credit line or something and you miss a deal. Once again, it would be endless.
It's terrible. But if you are in a situation where you're being blackmailed like this and you're trying to get it corrected, now you let us know. We have way more tools in our toolbox. Richard, what's going on with you, Richard?
I recently lost my eyesight, and I'm on disability. And a company I was working for at the time, they did pay my Cobra insurance, health insurance, until the end of the month. And I know nothing about health insurance. Where do I go?
Richard, you said a lot of things, man, and you did it in a short amount of time. So let me ask, you were working right up until the time you weren't working because of this disability?
Correct, yeah.
What kind of work?
Mechanical work, refrigeration.
And did you lose your eyesight completely?
Yeah, I got like 7% left.
What happened to you?
I had glaucoma.
Oh, my gosh. And there was nothing they could do to help you?
Well, I had some surgeries before, stents or valves put in, and they ended up scarred over, and had to have another stent put in, get the pressures down, like that, and I got what I got now.
So is glaucoma like hereditary?
Yes, that's what they say, but my family doesn't show it.
So you had to stop work, and then they put you on Cobra, you said?
Yes.
And you're on Social Security disability?
I applied for it, but that was only like 2 months ago, so, that's got to wait.
This is interesting. I would think that you'd be immediately eligible for Medicaid. So let's talk to Integra Insurance Group. Jared. Jared?
Yes, sir.
What happens? Hi, Jared. What happens to someone who is suddenly disabled? He has no eyesight. He stops working. It would seem to me he doesn't have to keep paying Cobra. Cobra, by the way, for those listening, is the group plan your employer had for you, plus his share, the employer's share. So you have to pay your share plus the employer's share to keep it. And it's temporary, only 18 months. But I don't think that's a good deal to do anyway, do you?
No, I mean, depending on his income, he should definitely look into Medicaid.
Yeah, so you don't have income now, right, Richard? Oh, hold on. I might have just put him on hold.
Sorry, I just got him back.
There you go. Richard?
Yeah.
You don't have income, do you?
I'm getting some starting on long-term disability right now.
How much is that?
Be around $4,000
a month. So $4,000 a month. That's what long-term disability. Is this an insurance policy you had, or is this?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
And they're not disputing that at all, right?
Correct.
Oh, okay. So does he get Social Security on top of that? Richard, do you get both?
What sounds like will happen once I get on disability, whatever that amount is will be subtracted from that $4,000.
Okay. So wait, your long-term disability guarantees you $4,000. So whatever Medicare pays comes off of that.
What do you mean?
Never mind. You have a guaranteed income of $4,000 a month, right?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
that's all that matters. Okay, so they offset with Social Security, but it's $4,000 a month. So so is that considered? What is the threshold, Jared, for Medicare or Medicaid?
For a single individual, it's $17,000 a year, so around $1,400 a month. So he's definitely over.
Oh, okay. So this is a situation where he is going to be over, where this could actually hurt him a bit, maybe. Depending on your income, you can be right at the threshold where it hurts you. But you seem to be making enough. You should be able to pay for your, your insurance. But how much is your COBRA charging you? Do you know, Richard?
I don't know. My company picked it up for 3 months after I was terminated. So I don't know.
Okay. They picked it up for 3 months. When does their payment run out? When do they stop paying for it?
March 1st.
Okay.
It could easily be $6,000 a year.
What? His
COBRA.
So here's what we need to do.
It depends on. So COBRA is just going to be the full price of the policy plus 2%.
Why 2%?
Admin.
On COBRA is the admin fees for the employer for COBRA. They can opt into adding 2% on top if they choose.
So Richard, you have to find out, first of all, what's better, a private policy or COBRA. But I would go with a private policy because COBRA is only going to be good for a total of 18 months.
I got to throw something in, though. If he's got a good company policy like Deputy Dan here, you walk into the doctors, you pay $20. Hospital costs you $250. Prescriptions are $30. He's going to walk into Obama hell and everything costs cash.
Well, what does Dan have? What do you mean?
His retirement pension deal.
Yeah,
it's
but
part of his whole deal.
That's not being provided to Richard. Richard doesn't have that option.
No, I know that, Tom. I'm saying I'm not necessarily thinking that the Obama plan is better than what he has now.
But Mark, no matter what he has now is COBRA, which means temporary.
Yes.
Okay.
That's right. So
the best he's going to get is another, if he's had it now for 3 months, he's going to get another 15 months only.
That's right.
So it doesn't, so I'm saying, why not explore the private plans now?
Definitely explore them. Have Integra help you. But my point is he might be used to a nice plan and has no idea the hell he's going to be moving into.
Now, Jared.
There is a difference. Group plans usually are better than individual plans.
Okay.
However, depending on the price of COBRA, that's what we would look at. That's what Integra will look at is, let's look at the price of COBRA and compared to the price of an individual policy.
So we're going to help you, Richard. You're going to get with Integra. Now, I'm providing you want to use them, but I don't see – you called us for help, and that's who we use. Integra Insurance Group is a great health insurance brokerage, and they really do help. What they're going to do for you is they're going to take a look at your COBRA. They're going to take a look at independent plans out there and all the other stuff available, and they will come up with what they feel are your best options. Then you decide. And if you do decide to go with COBRA, remember, no matter what, if it is better for several months, okay, that's better than nothing, but it's not going to last. However, there are some rare cases where an underwriter for COBRA may decide to keep you on as an individual. but that's rare.
You know what kills me, Jared, and it just chime in on this a little bit. For the life of me, all these senators in the House and everybody in the world is saying, let's make health care better. Why don't they open it up across state lines and let me and anybody else create a group so we can have the same kind of company plan these other guys have?
We can talk about that. I don't know why we can't create groups. Is that against the law? We'll find out.
This is Denver's talk station with
You know
John
what COBRA
Martino.
stands
Now,
for?
Dan.
You know what COBRA stands for? It stands for, listen to this, Consolidated Omnibus Budget Reconciliation Act. That's why everybody never uses that name.
No, you know, I used to know one time, but no, I never even knew.
Shut up. No, it went up.
Who do I have? I'm sorry, I'm looking. Oh, never.
154 a month now. Per person.
How old is this guy?
I don't know. I know it is.
I don't know.
It just went up.
But you know, when I say that,
isn't that sad?
when I say that, though, you paid for that as part of your compensation.
But they make money on it. I don't even come close to using it. I'll bet you they made, since I've been in the company, I'll bet you they made...
You mean the insurance company?
The insurance, well, some say self-insured.
Tom, you got me so hooked on Yanni's or Yanni's. What was it called? Yanni's or Yanni's?
Yanni's.
I'll bet you...
I love it.
Hey, you want to hear something?
The Greek restaurant?
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah.
I was there one time waiting because I was going to show the condo. The cops went in there, and I was the only person in there. I'm like, what's going on?
Okay, hold on. We'll talk. MileHighEstatePlanning.com. You know what? You won't find a better place to get everything done for your estate. You know, some people just need a simple will. Other people need a will along with a beneficiary's deed, let's say, and some payable on death bank accounts or, of course, trusts. Protecting your assets now or protecting them in the future. You know, after you pass, you may want to make sure there are things put in place so your kids can't squander the money. Whatever you need, MileHighEstatePlanning.com. Blake Harris can go over it with you. He has flat rate pricing on everything. You'll know the cost. And he adds value by giving you valuable advice. Free parking, by the way, at Union Station. He also has night and weekend appointments to make it convenient. 720-924-6171. 720-924-6171. MileHighEstatePlanning.com.
So what happened with the cops at Yanni's?
We're
off.
They arrested the cops.
That's free, though.
I guess he got framed. He
Well,
didn't do
no,
anything.
but that's the
and they
fine.
took him out in handcuffs.
Yeah, but they don't
like,
even
what's
charge
going
you,
on?
right?
I'm thinking, should I leave? What should I do?
What did not
he
even
say?
a copay? No.
He just went out quietly, and I thought, man, I thought they were going to like shoot some
premiums
people.
cover way more
And it
than
turned
How long
out
ago? Oh, that was when my
that was
condo
like right
for
around
sale.
that time. And it turned out the poor guy was framed. He got falsely accused of doing a hit and run or something like that.
Yeah, he's all right.
And so he didn't even do it. But he got falsely accused. Yeah.
I didn't like the one
I mean, just imagine just sitting there, seeing all that.
He's a straight
Whoa,
shooter.
man.
He tells what
Was that the Yanni's in Landmark?
Yeah.
his little father was a little
Tom got me hooked on it.
Still a good guy. Still a good guy.
Oh, yeah,
Rand
that
Paul.
was
That's what I'm saying. I said Paul Rand today. Rand Paul.
he was a good guy.
But his dad was a little...
What was the name of the guy that was running the marathon on Seinfeld?
Oh,
I know.
You
I
do.
won't say it. I won't say it.
And why didn't he get up on time? What was the matter?
I think I'll tell you that
Oh,
too,
because
man.
The Olympics?
the alarm clock.
Wasn't the
No,
Olympics?
no.
It was the alarm clock.
No, that's where he didn't get up.
I don't think it was the Olympics.
Yes, it was.
But regardless of what the race was, why?
Because he had the volume of
Was
the
it the snooze?
alarm. No,
Right.
no, it was the volume of the alarm.
And it wasn't it Elaine's alarm clock they borrowed?
What was his name though?
Why do you know everything?
I get
Oh, it was
we used to
something
watch
Paul.
it every night when we get home
John
from work.
Paul.
John Paul.
John Paul.
And why did he lose this one? He was winning. Why did he lose?
Hot coffee, baby.
No, it was a tea.
Tea. It
Kramer
was all
and-
Kramer.
And of course,
Kramer
out of
overslept.
the 8
Show up
million
as a
people
recorder.
watching the Boston Marathon or the New York Marathon, it had to be Kramer who has to be holding the coffee.
But why was he? It was tea. And why was he doing?
Now I can hear you.
Why was he drinking?
One of my favorite places in the world.
Kramer?
to go is
Well, I remember they beat the hell out of him because he wouldn't wear the age
untouched
ribbon.
wilderness.
His hot tub, he used too much energy or too much power, it overheated and blew up, so blew all the fuses.
Isn't that the same one he wasn't wearing the AIDS ribbon?
No, that's a different one.
Which one was
So
that?
core temperature.
Oh, it was the AIDS walk, not the run.
Yeah, and Jerry was crossing out the number on his Levi's or something.
Oh, because he was at 32?
He was a 33 and he turned the 3 into a 2.
And what did that make a difference? Why did that make a difference?
Because that's what he wore in college.
He didn't want to say he wore a bigger waist.
Waist the same as it was in college.
A 32.
They take care of every little detail. So if you're planning
Uncle Kramer's, he was trying to get his core temperature up.
Yeah, his core temperature.
So what did he do?
He woke up. His hot tub took a shit and he fell asleep and he woke up
blew the fuse.
50
He
degrees
just
weather.
put it in, he was sleeping in that hot tub.
He's blue.
Oh, jeez.
His body went into hibernation with that cold. Did you see in Florida, there's a video, so all these geckos, they're everywhere out there. When we were just out in Florida, these little fucking lizards are everywhere.
You sure you're not talking about iguanas?
When it drops below like 34 degrees.
They're iguanas, Mark.
I think they're geckos.
No, they're iguanas.
I'll bet.
Iguanas are pretty
You want to bet?
Overrunning everything.
Iguanas are big.
Yeah, these are little geckos. So when it gets to a certain temperature, they literally go into hibernation like they're dead and fall right out of the trees. So this guy goes out back or wherever, and he's throwing them, all the dead ones, into this trash can, and he puts them in his vehicle to go to the dump. And when the heater comes on and it gets above that temperature, they all wake up and they start going ape shit in his car, and he gets into a fucking accident.
Oh, really? Aren't geckos...
Wait, do they wake up again?
Yeah, they wake up as soon as the temperature goes up higher.
If you hold their tail, they'll loosen up and lose their tail?
I don't know. But they're definitely not a...
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Okay, Frank Ball is an attorney at law. And he's really not, consumers don't normally hire him. He's hired by companies, businesses, things like that to collect debt. And he's become quite an expert on debt collection over the years, and I like using him as a resource. So enough said about that. Hi, Frank. Thanks again for coming on here. Maryland has a summary judgment for $115,000. Now, are there contingency attorneys for debt collection that you know of, Frank?
Well, sure. But it really depends. It's such a high amount, it really depends. And the reason I say that is you can file a bankruptcy from $1,500 to $1,800, so it depends who the defendant is. Sometimes you get a judgment, and you have a judgment, and it's a bona fide judgment, but the minute you start pushing and trying to collect the money, they hire a bankruptcy lawyer, and that judgment goes away because it gets discharged in the bankruptcy.
Yeah, I never thought of that. Bankruptcy is an easy way unless it's fraud. It's easy to get out of a debt. So you would hope the guy has too many assets or something. So
that's it. If you have too much money, take it back. If you have enough money that you can't take it in a bankruptcy, sometimes if you have too much money, you can't file a bankruptcy.
Right.
Because all they're going to do is take your money and pay off the creditors. So it really depends how much money the defendant has, and then a lot of people are good at scamming their way on their money. So the money doesn't belong to them. The house belongs to the wife. The business belongs to the cousin.
Yeah.
And then it gets difficult as well.
As long as it wasn't, just to get rid of a judgment or just to hide from a judgment, there are ways to tell that. But Frank, in a nutshell, then, if somebody wanted to hire you to collect a debt, can they hire you, or are you basically on contract with regular clients?
Oh, both. I mean, people can hire me. Your people call me, and I give them a break, and if I have some time, and I do it, and I've done great work for them.
Okay.
So the answer is yes, but having said that, yes, I typically represent major companies, and they give me 50 clients a month or 100 clients a month versus what I would call a onesie-twosie. But having said that, you can find a contingency fee lawyer, but a lot of people on a debt that big is going to want an hourly basis because I learned my lesson years and years ago. I've been practicing law almost 33 years, and if I had a nickel for every time I took a contingency fee on a big case where somebody filed a bankruptcy, as soon as I got into it, I'd have $20. It just happened That's why lawyers are mostly going to say, I'll work on this for an hourly basis, or I'll work on it for this much hourly basis, and then on a contingency basis, kind of a dual.
Here's what I'm wondering,
like
Frank.
That.
What if I just hire somebody to find out how eligible the person is for bankruptcy? And is there a way to find that out before you take it on? Let's say you said, Frank, let's say you go like, okay, a few hours will at least help me find out how solid the guy is. And if he's not eligible for bankruptcy, if he has a lot of assets, okay, I'll take it on contingency. Is there such thing as that?
Well, what you're doing typically is what they call Colorado Rules of Civil Procedure, Rule 69. It's a creditor's deposition. So you hand them into court and you say, what assets do you have? You can look online, for example. You could go to certain databases or pay certain entities, and they'll tell you where he works. And then if then maybe you can do a wage garnishment. But you're spending huge amounts of money if you're going to really do an asset search that says where's all this guy's money. Typically, the easier way to do that is to have the defendant tell you where the money is, if he will. I mean, you never do the question whether. Sometimes, believe it or not, defendants lie.
Hey, Frank.
But hold on, though, Frank. In a deposition, it would be pretty serious, though, right?
Well, it's serious, but people lie all the time. I mean, if people aren't going to pay their debts from the get-go, it's not a surprise that they're not going to tell you the truth.
In the interest of time, I don't want Frank to go away. So what's your question? Is it quick?
It's somewhat quick. Frank, on interrogatories, if you hand them to somebody and they're married, and let's say they've been married a long time, but the house is in the wife's name, the car's in the wife's name, the business is in the wife's name, the checking account is in her name only, everything is in one of the marital partner's account, and the other guy has nothing. And he fills out interrogatories, it's zero, right?
Yes and no. It really depends how you word the interrogatories. For example, you're talking to a guy who did a trial a week for 15 years as a divorce lawyer. I cut my teeth doing divorces. I did 100 guardian ad litem cases where that was where I made recommendations on custody and parenting time when that's what it was called. So the way you have to word the interrogatories is you say marital or individual property. So if you change the paradigm to marital property, then that's marital property. It doesn't matter whose name it's under.
But it doesn't. But it also doesn't mean you can go after it, right?
No. Well, that's true. Oftentimes, if everything is in the let's call it the wife's name, and the husband has the judgment against him, and if they never get divorced, so it gets divided, you may be hard-pressed going after the husband. That's true.
Okay. Frank Ball is at 303-629-7000. Again, Marilyn, it's really going to come down to hiring the right professional for a deposition and then hoping after that you find out if he's going to be a good candidate for bankruptcy or not.
Now, impact traffic.
This report is
Mark, I told you to call Frank.
Yeah, you're right, 100%.
What? For a consultation.
You should have bet.
Well, I don't want it's too easy. I don't.
You're gun shy now. No, you're
I
gun
knew
shy.
it was iguanas.
Is it an iguana?
Of course.
I'll bet you it was. Okay, I'll tell you what, Doc. I'll bet you I can tell you where you got that hat.
Oh, don't say it.
On my head, I know.
Oh, good.
Jesus Christ, Mark. You think I was born yesterday?
Yes, actually. Everyone falls for the bullshit.
Damn. Who did we get twice in one day? I got him on the shoes and then the shirt.
I've watched you too many times, Mark.
It was one of your referral people.
No, it was Bentinelli.
It was Bentinelli.
Wasn't Marco.
It was Marco. I got him on the...
I think I did the shoes.
You got him on the shoes. You got him on the shoes.
You got him on his shirt or his coat or
something.
Hey guys, I got Sheridan Auto Tech. Sheridan Auto Tech is a auto repair facility that I highly recommend, mainly because of the owner, Kevin. Kevin Calkin is dedicated to honesty, integrity, knowledge, and experience. I've known him for many, many years. So you get honesty and value, plus you get the benefit of convenience. 2 locations in Lakewood, just west of Wadsworth on Colfax, and of course south of 6th Avenue on Havana. That's SheridanAutotech.com, 303-455-7242.
If you save saved a lot in your IRAs, 401ks, and other accounts, taxes could be your biggest.
What is the difference between an iguana?
Oh, they're two different species
Wait, I
of
didn't know
lizards.
iguanas are that.
Geckos only get a little big.
Iguanas can get to be this big.
But can they be this small?
Yes.
Iguanas? No.
Well,
that's
how
what he
big
was
are they
talking
born?
about.
Well, you're talking about, I mean, a full-blown...
But he was talking about, I think, what did
Geckos.
we used to call them? No, we used to call them chameleons.
No,
Those are
chameleons.
even different.
Chameleons
I don't
are-
even think those are in this country, are they?
No, but you got geckos. I mean, you got 80,000 different species
But
of
the
lizards.
little green ones in
Those are-
Florida
those
that
are geckos.
change color.
Geckos.
And they change color.
No, chameleons
So
change
do
colors.
geckos.
The little green ones change. They go to dark.
They're everywhere too in Florida.
That's right.
They're like
And they're geckos.
They're like
Okay.
ants.
And that's all because of the watchful eyes of owner.
They're not really geckos. They're a different kind of lizard.
You ever pull into a driveway, they're fucking everywhere.
Right.
Yeah, but those aren't geckos. Those are different kind of lizard.
I don't know, Doc. Maybe. I'm not gonna. You know your lizards.
I do anything about
You
animals.
delivered 1,000 babies.
Anything about animals, I'll bet you on.
You delivered 1,000 babies.
So the lizard that's going in Florida is the Argentine lizard known as the tipu.
Yes.
It's overrunning the
Right.
Everglades. It's funny the alligators don't eat it.
No, right here. Florida reef gecko.
What matters? Respect and straight answers. And all with the same person from start to finish. Call 720.
They're all around the Florida Keys.
Right.
Fastest growing loans in Colorado.
This is interesting. They're only about 2 inches long.
Than any other. Why? It allows you to pay thousands less in
But there's a million kinds of different ones. Jesus.
30 years and own your home in half the time.
I'm not a big lizard guy.
Affordable interest mortgage. Call
I mean, they don't freak me out. In Mexico, you'll see a big one. You know, they'll want to get your picture with it.
Oh yeah, the iguanas are big in yeah.
At Fisher Investments, we do things differently.
But it is amazing when they bring something in from a different continent, how they can just
Well, yeah, the
explode.
invasive species. That's that's what happens. There's no natural enemies.
Well, why would the alligator eat it?
The alligators do eat some. But these are mostly land iguanas as opposed to.
They learn to stay away
they're
from
in
the
the
alligators.
Everglades, though.
Yeah, but the alligators would eat water aquatic iguanas. Now these guys are mostly in trees and on land. They don't go into the water very much. So the alligators aren't going to eat them.
Do we know
What they should do is make big
2020
boots out of it.
asphalt things? Wait, what's the name of this place?
What was that?
I don't know any good asphalt.
See if they got good leather for
National Pavement Partners?
Let me guess, they were in your area and they have extra asphalt?
Well, basically that's what they're saying. Our schedule's filling up if you have any work.
Of course.
I don't even know who they are.
They're gypsies.
They get that up there in the mountains all the time.
That's horrible.
Yeah, they're gypsies.
Yep, you're exactly right.
Yeah.
Bad word.
What's a bad word? No, I disagree. I disagree on two. You say that. Catholic schoolgirls, I don't think there's anything derogatory there. And then gypsies. Everybody knows what a gypsy is.
Gypsies are an ethnic group from the Balkans.
Yeah, they go around ripping people
Yeah,
off.
exactly.
Pajamagram includes free gift packaging and delivery by
What do they call it? You call a spade a spade.
Plus, they're backed by a 100% lifetime guarantee, so you risk nothing.
Except if you're on the radio, then you can't do it.
Well, even that space has never been a racial term.
I know.
It's a lot of shovel.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course, that is, yeah.
Because they normally sell out. So here's what you do. It's easy. Go to pajamagram.com.
So Frank, if we're ever going to get you, we got to look at the questions in the first 3 seasons.
You probably would have to, the first 3 seasons.
So we got to remember that.
I know a little bit about the first 3, but
There was some good ones, but the majority.
first one was. I just felt like the first couple seasons were horrible. Really.
Well, they weren't gelling.
They weren't
And the
gelling.
cast wasn't locked in yet.
No.
Towards the end of the first season, it started getting better.
And then finding a guy like Putty in some of these.
What is
other guys.
what is she talking about?
Who, sir?
This guy.
Who?
So what's the
No.
point?
I'm
What
a born-again
point is
atheist.
Suzanne making?
Yeah.
I don't even know what you're looking
What?
at.
Well, look at the email.
I don't believe in God.
Hi, I'm Tom Martino. You're a troubleshooter.
Okay.
303-713
I'd love to.
talk. 303-713-8255. Rod, you have a transmission question. That's unusual today, but what's going on?
Well, I can't make the Friday show.
That's
so
okay.
A couple of quick questions. Are CVT transmissions built for the long haul, since many of the Asian manufacturers are going to CVTs?
No, there's a mixed bag there. Some are still using them and like them, and others hate them.
Our mechanics all say they're the worst.
They hate them.
They're worst.
Yeah. As far as independent mechanics, but manufacturers haven't abandoned them. So, what is your question about them?
Well, I mean, if they're built for 100,000 miles plus.
Well, that's what they say, but we have had nothing but trouble. Excuse me, I shouldn't say we. Our experts say they have nothing but trouble with them.
Okay.
Now, we can get a specific. You called a little late. We can get a specific transmission guy to tell us why. So,
okay.
You know, Daphne, we can get an answer for him pretty quick. I don't think we can get it right this minute, but Jeff Vick, tomorrow morning, we can get him an answer right away. Okay, so is the market slowing down? Frank Duran, therealestateman.com is, and I just want to say, when he's not here, he's at 303-920-1622. If we had to say that what should we do as far as the market goes? Is it slowing down? Is it crazy? What's going on?
Tom, we have low inventory, low interest rates. The job market's strong. The economy's great. And I'll tell you.
So the market's still red hot.
Oh, yeah. In fact,
red hot.
I took 3 listings last week. All 3 of them pop under contract, over asking with multiple offers.
I mean, can you believe this? How long is this going to go on?
Well, there's not. Here's the thing, though. About a month ago, about 55% of the economists were saying that they expect a recession in 2020. Now, we got about maybe 34% of them saying, okay, they expect a recession. So some of them have backed off that belief.
Well, the recession is nothing because somebody's doing anything wrong. Sometimes a recession is because everything's going too right.
Sure.
So it's a competition for employment, which causes prices to increase a little. Okay, go ahead.
And I think we have the perfect storm, Tom, because we have low inventory, low interest rates. The job market's been great, and I think the biggest gauge of the health of the economy is jobs.
But right now, of course, if you don't have enough to fill the jobs, that's where the hesitation happens. And then people start – it's a weird thing the way it clicks and then goes down. But as far as real estate for the foreseeable future, you're saying it's still
I think it's going to be hot going into spring and summer, absolutely.
Is that because so many people are still moving into Colorado and the Denver area?
And also we see home builders building. Tri Point has purchased, I think, 333 sites. They're targeting first-time home buyers in the mid-3s.
All right. We're out of time. Don't forget, Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, and, of course, referralist.com. Save all your problems for me.
2 big projects going around where I live. On Valencia, between Mississippi and Alameda. There's a huge project going on, right?
They're building.
And there's a big project going on across from on Isla and Quebec. There's two
You're starting to see builders come out of the woodworks now. We're seeing more and more buildings. So, thanks, Tom.
They'll get on there. Sometimes not very much, but they'll get on there in the same weekend.
Hey, Frankie, I'll walk down. Yeah. What are you talking about?
So you
Ken, I'm sorry I wasn't any help with
no,
that.
it's okay.
Yeah,
I'll get it from Suzanne tomorrow.
Oh my gosh, it's like humid in here. What were you guys doing?
I have the heat on.
So fine, you're trying to convert me?
No, when I answer ones